More people are joining us now. Later on, feel free to comment or question in the chat, and we'll be starting shortly. So, proper welcome to this IFOL Summit on Fraud Prevention for Finance Leaders. I'm Sue Beardsmore, the host for today, and we've got a range of experts who'll be joining us for panels and workshops. Fraud affects every part of our global community, and every business is at risk. That's why IFOL is committed to uncovering the trends in fraud with targeted research, and responds by developing training, professional accreditations, and other tools to help reduce the risk of you or your organisation being a victim of fraud. So, frauds are increasingly complex, increasingly successful, and the tools and methods available to fraudsters are increasingly sophisticated. Today, we have a range of panels and workshops with industry experts to explore what you need to know and do in the fight against fraud. If you're not a member of IFOL, you can sign up for free today. The link will be in the chat at points for access to our community and information and events that can help you. A premium account offers even more. If you have any questions, if you put them in the chat, we'll do our best to pick them up as we go along. And we've got a couple of polls, so please take part in those too. So in our first panel, we have two senior members of the IFOL education team to share our outlook on fraud, what we're doing to support finance teams to reduce risk and become anti-fraud accredited. Caroline Adams is the Senior Study Programme Author and Skills Gap Analysis Lead at IFOL, highly experienced shared services leader. She has over 40 years experience in the industry, leading teams through transformations in a fast-changing environment. So it's good to see you here, Caroline.
Hi, Sue.
Hiya. Gary Stevens is IFOL's lead study programme author. Again, 40 years in the finance industry, including as a financial services manager for a large council and delivering an award-winning transformation project there. Gary joined IFOL in 2021 and delivers webinars, masterclasses and workshops on all aspects of AP and P2P. He also updates and drafts new certification courses for new and existing students. So welcome to you, Gary. Good to see you.
Hi, Sue.
So, fraud on the rise, and the accounts payable function is often the main target, with companies large and small losing huge sums to fraud scams. So before we look at what's happening from our latest research and how IFOL can support you with our latest tools and training, how do you feel about things now? A really quick poll, but if you could join in, that would be great. How confident at the moment are you in your team's ability to detect and prevent financial fraud? Just one answer. A, very confident, you've got strong processes in place. B, somewhat confident, we have some training, but it's limited. Or C, not confident, or we don't have formal fraud prevention training. So let's see how you're doing on that one. Give you a couple more moments, but it's just a quick thing to give us a snapshot. Okay. Coming along. Thank you for joining in. Gives us a benchmark to start with. And I think we're probably just about there. Caroline and Gary, you can see that.
Yeah.
Certainly can.
So thank you for joining in. That's 57% of you feeling somewhat confident, and you have some training, but you feel it's a bit limited. So that's great to see. So Caroline, Gary, where do things stand? I know that there's been the latest survey and the results aren't due to be published until the end of the month, so IFOL research. But have you discovered any particular trends? And does what you're seeing from this poll reflect in what's happening in the world?
Do you want me to start, Sue? Yeah.
Yeah,
I think myself and Caroline have had the opportunity to have a sneak preview at the survey results from last year. And having perused the results, there's some positives, but there's also some negatives in terms of some of the areas which are a little bit concerning, to be quite honest. And I mean, the first poll there was touching on training. And I think one of the things that was coming out of our survey last year is there's definitely been a decrease in the number of organisations who feel they're getting regular fraud training. So that is something that I think needs to be addressed in organisations, certainly. You touched on it in your introduction. You know, fraud is getting more complex. Artificial intelligence is now a key driver of that. So, you know, staff really need to be aware in organisations and P2P about these threats and how they can actually deal with them. And we'll touch on some of the other results as we go through the poll. But that's just my initial reactions to the results. They sort of match up with what we've already seen in the 2025 survey.
And the surprising training results could be as a result of the, you know, all business are experiencing increase in costs throughout the differing cost types. And it may be that, you know, the training budgets have been slashed in businesses, which might account for that statistic. But I think the key thing that's, well, you know, none of us are surprised that there's a increase in fraud, because the fraudsters are being increasingly more sophisticated, and it's about how as we as individuals keep up with the differing types of fraud, and more importantly the tools that will prevent the frauds from happening in the first place. And you know, quite interestingly, businesses are feeling vulnerable. And I think that's an interesting one for us. And it's unusual. It hasn't come to the forefront before. The vulnerable, my teeth today. The vulnerability of that aspect. So yeah, increase, not surprising, but it's all about the sophistication and how we keep abreast and ahead, more importantly, of the different types of fraud.
Talking about the speed, I mean, you said it's increasing. Was there a big difference between 24, 25? You've been able to see all kinds of research. Do you think things are changing slightly?
I think one of the things that came through is confidence in fraud prevention is actually declining. It went down from 2024. So I think that could be a reflection that organisations are more aware of the new types of fraud that are potentially affecting them. I mean, as Caroline touched on, you know, that they are getting more sophisticated, particularly the use of AI, as I've already touched on. And I think that gives fraudsters more of an opportunity now to maybe push to get fraud into organisations more frequently than maybe before. So organisations are being hit with much more frequent threats than they used to before. So I think that vulnerability is probably highlighted through that. So there's definitely a feel of that in the industry.
And I think, Gary, as well, it's about the businesses that are ahead of the game have probably got fraud prevention detection software. And it's about where you are in your automation projects as well. You're going to have business, you know, the gap is widening if you're not investing in the tools to prevent the fraud in the first place. I think we saw that in the statistics as well.
There's quite a high percentage actually that are not, organisations are not using AI at all in any spend management processes.
So we've got a workshop later on AI, but how it's good and bad. So you're seeing just more and more being used, and people perhaps not realising that they need to get ahead of the game with some of the similar tools on the good side.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. I mean, I think what I just mentioned there is, you know, AI can be very, very beneficial in the right way. But on the other side of the fence, you know, the frauds are getting more sophisticated because of AI. But I think organisations really, I mean, we touched on budget issues. I think organisations really need to factor in budget now for fraud, particularly for anti-fraud software, AI. Just looking at the processes in particular, it was actually good to see that there's still a high percentage of organisations that have segregation for duties when they're P2P. So that's a really key thing that needs to be in place. So that was good.
But some of the new regulations that indeed have hit this year and are coming this year will impact on on that as well. So the Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Act, which is making CFOs more accountable to put risk prevention strategies within the business, that should help with increasing training budgets to allow for continuous training and investment for employees of the business. It will also help people to understand what AI is capable of in a business. And I think a lot of people are a little bit, what's the word? They hear the word and they think, oh no, I don't want to know about that. But when you consider an invoice that's coming in to be processed, AI can detect patterns, spikes, invoices that have been altered. It can do all sorts, and a human eye can't always detect and prevent these things. So it just prevents so many opportunities, but with that comes risk as well. I think that's what people are a little bit wary of.
And also the cost. I mean, tough times, but
Cost.
it's not something people should be saving on, is it?
No, definitely not. I mean, if you can think, I mean, a fraud could wipe millions out of a budget of an organization. That could put them under. That's the threats and the risk that they're facing. So it's something that you can't bury your head in the sand anymore because you've not maybe had a fraud. You don't think you've got anything wrong. That's not the case.
And you mentioned the Act and its iterations that are coming in, the Economic Corporate Crime and Transparency Act. I think someone's asked in the chat for a repeat of that. That's in the UK, of course, but there are regulations in the pipeline in the US as well, aren't there?
Absolutely. I think the US are more organised than we are in this. There's nowhere in the UK where you can go to one site and understand what's going to impact on a business. I think that's quite a key point. Whereas in the US, I believe there's a federal register. Don't quote me on that, but that's what I've been told, which is more advanced than where we are in the UK at the moment. And it's one of the things that I thought was quite keen on compiling and doing an annual fraud webinar like today, where we will bring in industry experts and do different workshops with anything that's changing or any newness that's coming in regulations. So I think that's quite important as well.
In what you found, Gary, are things just more of the same, or are there actual significant changes in frauds that people should be looking out for? I mean, obviously we know AI is being used, but are there flags that they can look out for?
Well, I think the survey didn't really go into a lot of the detail in terms of the types of fraud that are being the most common ones. But certainly, if you're using fraud detection software, that's a great safety net for you to identify some of those flags that you need to be aware of. I mean, you've got to be aware of not only external fraud, but also internal fraud as well is something that you need to be aware of. So you need to know what your red flags are within your business for identifying potential fraud within the organization.
But what you can ask yourself is, when was the last time you did a health check on your controls, P2P, AP? When was the last time you did a spot audit? When was the last time you looked at who's got access to systems? All these things all form part of your key controls and are the preventers of fraudsters getting into your business. So one of the things I always say to people is do a health check on your controls.
Okay,
I mean, your vendor master file is one of the key areas that you should be updating, and there was a reasonably high percentage of organisations that never do an update, and that's unbelievable, really.
Yeah.
And also banking details checks. Again, it was a reasonably high percentage, so that's quite worrying.
Okay. So that's a little bit about what the position is now, but how can IFOL help? Let's have a bit of a look at that, some of the tools, some of the things that are happening with us. Another quick poll just to set us off on this part of the discussion. If you would join in, please, everybody. What is your biggest challenge, do you feel, in preventing fraud within your organisation? lack of formal training for employees, increasingly sophisticated fraud tactics, limited internal compliance controls, or budget constraints. If you had to choose just one of those that you think's really setting you on the back foot: lack of formal training for employees, increasingly sophisticated fraud tactics, limited internal compliance controls, or budget constraints. Okay, I think that looks like a clear response there. And shows the position people feel they're in, that, you know, the fraudsters are increasingly sophisticated. They've got the tools. It's kind of a full-time business for them, not just a part of their business, and that's what they're doing. So what is IFOL doing to support the fight against fraud? What might people look for, the help that they need?
Shall I go first, Gary?
Yeah,
or
okay, yeah, carry on, Caroline. Go.
What IFOL's trying to do is things like today, conferences, webinars, research for our members, and it's about equipping businesses with the tools to identify fraud. Risk assessments. When was the last time you did a risk assessment? Have you got a response plan? All these different things. And if you think personally about what you receive on your phones on a daily basis, there's all these prizes that we win on a daily basis, or DPD have tried to deliver something that you haven't ordered, so you know personally how they're attacking you in your private life. So as a business, it's researching and keeping on top of what are the latest frauds, how do we prevent against them, what can we do, and searching online for me, I'm always looking for freebies. So I'm always looking for free webinars like today, to link in with individuals and share experiences and talk to other people that are going through the same kind of things that you are. But the first thing I would do, as I've already said, is look at my internal controls first. Gary?
Yeah, well, I think within IFOL, I mean, as Caroline touched on, we're creating awareness. I mean, we've got digital summits like we're doing today. We've got the conferences, the UK, US, and Canada, regular webinars. We're always looking at research in terms of what we need to be advising our community in terms of fraud, the latest frauds that are affecting organisations. And then we've got the certification programs that I've been drafting. I've just completed one for a certified fraud specialist, and I'm currently working on a fraud risk manager course. So those two are in the pipeline and hopefully should be going live at some point soon. And then we've also got annual fraud updates, and we will have probably an annual webinar, as Caroline mentioned, something along the lines of what we're doing just now, so we can keep everyone abreast of things. And Caroline's working on an anti-fraud accreditation program as well at the moment, for organisations.
Mm-hmm.
So, did you mention that, Caroline?
No, Gary, I forgot to mention that key point, which I'll do now. One of the things that I'm working on is building an anti-fraud accreditation framework. And that's about understanding what best practices in finance operations and going through risk assessments to understand where you as a business are achieving or not achieving, and then providing a gap analysis whereby there might be a few things that need to be worked on to achieve accreditation, but it's understanding what best practice is, and that's just not AP or P2P. It could be R2R, order to cash, and AR. So that's something that we're working on at the moment.
Because when you look at the poll that we've just done, and people just kind of feeling it's getting so sophisticated, they're working on it, they know what they're doing, it can be a little daunting to know which areas you should be looking at. So can you give us a flavour of some of the training that is useful for both companies and individuals to be aware of, the areas that your courses are looking at? Gary?
Yeah, well, I mean, the fraud specialist one really it's geared at P2P AP teams basically, and it's quite a detailed course. It covers all types of areas of fraud that they need to be aware of. I mentioned internal and external fraud regulations, both in the US and the UK, and we can adapt the courses for other countries as well, such as Canada, for example. So it encompasses all areas that really need to be aware of within a fraud certification program, and it's not just there for as an exam where you can, once you've done it, you can put it down. It's a reference document as well. So if you're looking for best practice and tips, it's all included within the course as well. The fraud risk manager, that's a little bit of a higher level. That's obviously within the title, it's a managerial type level, and it just takes things a little bit further from the specialist course in terms of, you know, regulations, types of fraud. AI is a big part of both courses in terms of even how you implement an AI project and bring software into your organization to combat the fraud. So there's all that type of thing. So it's quite a detailed courses. Yeah.
I think key to that as well is understanding about this doesn't sit with AP and P2P. This is about leadership and governance from the top down. So it's about that the business understands that it encompasses everybody, and everyone's got a part to play in keeping the business safe and secure and trying to minimize the opportunity for fraudsters to get in and steal, because at the end of the day, that is what they're trying to achieve from the business. So it's a hierarchy of everyone within the business. So whilst Gary's courses might be aimed at various levels, it is about the total business being signed on to these things.
And when we're looking at some of the stuff you've mentioned, so an annual fraud update, I'm assuming that this is not the kind of thing that you can say, oh, we've done it, and that's good for another 12 months. It's like a spring clean. We're sorted now. We don't have to worry about things too much. So how does that work? People update it as they go along. It's a regular thing, and also, I'm sorry, it's a wide-ranging request. So is it like the old stuff, like procedures and protocols? You can't ignore those. They feed into all the new tools that there are. Can you just explain a bit how people will be using this stuff?
It's a continual process. So it's like a roadmap where you're continually looking and trying to improve things. So as a AP manager, you will know that you have got your documentation, your, like you say, your procedures, your controls, your policies, your business policies, which all feed into the infrastructure. And it's you'll have dashboards with your KPIs, your KSRs, and obviously the financial statements of the business, which is quite important, which are indicators again of how the business is doing. So fraud and risk assessments is no different than any other part of the business. It's a continual evolving process, and every time there's a new fraud, you will be updating your controls, policies and procedures to encompass that new type of fraud. What do you say, Gary?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's part of our role in the education team to keep abreast of what's happening as well. I mean, nothing ever stands still, and obviously what we've covered already in fraud, you can see that it's a continually moving situation in terms of what's happening on both sides of the fence. So it's our role to really just keep things updated, and part of my role within the certification programs is to make sure that the legislation is current. Any new legislation, or we've mentioned some already, that's introduced into the courses. Any new frauds, etc., are highlighted to our community and our members. And again, those can be done, those will be encompassed in the coursework, but we'll also have our webinars, etc., as well, in which we can deliver those to everybody. So we're always there helping our members, keeping everybody abreast of what's happening. And I also forgot to mention, we will be having some drop-in sessions as well for courses throughout the year. There's, I think it's second Thursday of every month. I might be wrong, but the dates are already out there. So that will cover all the courses that we're doing. So if people are doing the fraud course, for example, they've got some questions or whatever, I'll be there, or one of my colleagues, if I can't make it, to answer questions on that particular drop-in session.
Okay, so both of you dealing with the people that you do and running the courses, designing what people need to learn. Aside from the formal research, what are you coming across that people are coming across that they're really worried about, maybe that they've never come across before and they want to know a way of dealing with it? Are there any examples that you can think of in the last few months?
I think one of the things you cannot prevent is people clicking on links on I saw you wince then. Because we get it ourselves. Does it look like a real email address? Do I think this has come from a real person? And you have to trust your instincts. If your instincts are shouting out at you, it's better not to pay someone than to pay someone and then try and get the money back. No one minds if you stop, pause, and research, and then pay if you need to pay. So I think that's one of the hardest things, is putting things in place that if someone has pressed that link, what do your IT systems do in the background, or is there anything they can do? And again, simple training on phishing, and the standard spear attacks, and all the bog standard stuff that we get taught on our core training.
Gary, do you have anything to add to that? People asking you in particular about things?
No, I think Caroline touched on one of the key ones there, and I think strengthening training programs to improve fraud awareness across finance teams is really, really important. And I was quite interesting to see that the last poll, budget restraints wasn't really a big issue. So let's hope that there is some budget there for organisations to put into their training, because that's really, really important. I mean, even just a simple example that Caroline gave of people clicking on a link, if you've got proper training and awareness, that's something that a member of the staff should be aware not to do.
And that's awareness throughout, isn't it? I mean, you can't.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not just restricted.
To do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the verifying bank details one, that comes up in so many discussions. Sorry.
The best way to verify bank details, that is actually reflected in the survey as well. There's some information on that particular area.
Yeah. And it's surprising the number of businesses that don't make that phone call to verify bank details. I know that's not always easy, but there are other ways to verify, as in using software to check sort codes, IBANs, and ETC.
And there's impersonation now through AI. You can easily impersonate your managing director, making either a phone call through voice recognition type approach, or even a video of the person saying, I want you to make a payment of $5 million to this company. This is a bank details.
But Gary, we can get around that, can't we, by having a no verbal instruction?
Well, I was just getting onto that, just to say that as part of the training, then that is exactly what we should be teaching the staff, under no circumstances accept that approach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And before we move on, because we'll be talking about AI on another panel and how that's working and some examples just in a moment, but give us a flavour of the kind of training, the amount of time perhaps that people need to involve themselves with. I mean, are the courses flexible? Can they come along? Are they drop in? Can they just be an evening every so often, or a part of the day every so often? I know there's a huge range, but just give us a flavour of how much time perhaps people might need to devote to them.
To doing the exam side of things, Sue.
Just pick an example and give us a clue.
Well, the specialist fraud course. I mean, I've said to students, it's as long as how much time you can actually devote to doing your studies. And I do appreciate people are working; they've got the demands of work. Some organisations actually include some study time, which is great. And we had one organisation I spoke to last month who do get some study time as part of their day-to-day, but that's not always possible. Busy P2P AP teams, it's not always possible. But I would say that to do yourself justice within the fraud specialist course, for example, you would be probably looking at around about 4 to 6 months
Okay.
to take the exam at the end. You've got to remember you could have 10 or 11 modules. So if you start module 1, you know, it's a long time if you're doing module 11, 3 or 4 months down the line to remember what you've got, what you've been over in modules 1, 2, 3, etc. But it's everybody's pace, and there's no pressure on anybody to do it within a specific time. It's what you feel comfortable with, really. But I think if, you know, Caroline might touch on the accreditation program that we're doing, that's something that could be delivered to a team within a day, for example.
Okay.
So you're
Yeah.
getting a lot of good best tips, best practice, all the things that you should know. Caroline is working on that at the moment. Probably be better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything quick to add, Caroline, before we go?
It's still in its infancy at the moment, but for me, a best practice AP department should be investing in weekly training, and I would be looking for you know, a minimum investment of an hour a week per employee. I don't think that's a big ask, really, and it shouldn't be looked upon as a cost. It should be looked upon as an investment and a prevention. And you're keeping hold of the company's assets at the end of the day, and that's what they're there to do. So minimum one hour a week, I don't think is a big ask.
Thanks very much indeed. And of course, we've talked about the community. You rely on information coming into you as well as putting information out there for people to make use of, don't you? And just to remind you, you can sign up for an iFold free account today or upgrade to a premium and get even more information from it. The link will appear in the chat. Thanks to Caroline Adams and Gary Stevens. Thanks for joining us today.
Good luck on the
Thank you.
people taking part later on. We've got some great experts lined up.
We've got the first of our short breaks now, and in the breaks today we'll be putting up a question for you to answer. If you do, you'll be entered into a draw to win 2 free tickets to one of our accounts payable P2P leadership conferences in either London, Miami or Toronto, because it excludes travel and accommodation. But do take part. The break is for 5 minutes. Join us after that for our next panel, which will be looking at the new types of fraud arising from Gen AI and what that means for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Hopefully that went all right.
I'm just going to check my audio.
Hi, Vince. You okay? Hi, Sam.
All right.
Both well.
Hey, Robert.
Hi,
How are
Sue.
you? Hey, Sam.
Okay, so welcome back. Gen AI offers huge opportunities and huge risks, especially in the finance sector. There's growing numbers of serious frauds being committed using Gen AI, and the fraudsters are getting more and more ambitious and more successful. So what can you do to protect your business, and can you stay one step ahead? And to look at this whole area, the threats and the response and action you can take, we've got three industry experts. Robert Brooker is director at Opus Forensic Accountants. He's worked within fraud and forensics for over 25 years. He's an accredited counter-fraud specialist, highly trained and experienced in financial investigations, leading investigations in many areas, including fraud, bribery and corruption, security breaches and cybercrime. He also works in fraud risk management and is chair of the UK Fraud Forum. Vincent Geffray is head of product at TrustMe, which is a gold sponsor of today's event. He's passionate about technology and in his role shapes thought leadership and amplifies awareness for next generation cyber fraud prevention solutions. With great expertise in cybersecurity, payment fraud prevention, digital incident response and communications automation, Vincent is at the forefront of security and resilience. Sam Stoll is Vice President of Sales at Rillion, established by AP specialists 30 years ago. It provides a P2P that integrates real AP automation with secure and efficient payment services. And the platform helps businesses eliminate manual processes and so reduce fraud risk from that. Rillion's also a gold sponsor of today's event. Sam Stoll is a finance automation expert with deep knowledge of AP processes and B2B payments. And in his role, he helps businesses streamline invoice processing, three-way PO matching, AI-driven workflows, and secure payments. So welcome to all of you. Thanks very much for joining us today. I look forward to hearing what you've got to tell us. Shall we start with the very evident question? What is Gen AI and how's it used in this sector? Maybe Vincent, we could start with you.
All right, yeah. Thank you, Sue. All right, yeah. That's the opening question, right? What is Gen AI or generative artificial intelligence? Well, it's all about the AI systems and tools that can create new content based on patterns that they've learned from massive data sets. So you want to think about text, images, audio, and video. And the reason why we're discussing Gen AI today, it's because we are this technology is introducing significant new challenges in fighting cyber fraud.
Would anybody else like to take that on and join Vincent in this discussion? How you see AI and what effect it's having in the sector? Maybe Robert. Oh, I think you're muted, Robert.
So 2020, I do apologise all. Thank you very much for joining us. And yeah, I mean, what Vincent said is AI in general, isn't it? And what does that really mean in fraud? Are we using it to prevent fraud, or are the fraudsters using it more than us to attack and create fraud? And I think there's a fine line at the moment. I have to be honest, I don't think we're using it enough. I have to be really, from what I'm seeing, is the fraudsters are certainly using it. And we're all seeing how, and we'll talk about the typologies and how they're using it as we move forward. But at the moment, as a preventative tool, and think about how you can use AI, and as was explained then by Vince, is there are many issues to AI whereby we can use it to prevent fraud around monitoring, transactions, data. But actually, are we doing it? Are we all still just dipping our toe and not brave enough to actually go for it? Do we all think we can do better? It's not going to cost jobs. It's only going to enhance the job that we all do.
Sam, from your perspective.
If I can,
oh, sorry, Vince.
If I can add something to what Robert just said, that's true. And there is the good AI that can be used to improve our financial processes and the controls, but there's the bad AI that's being used by fraudsters. And today, Gen AI can generate incredibly convincing fake emails, fake documents, fake contracts, fake bank letters, fake invoices, and even fake identities. This is what is making traditional fraud detection and prevention methods and your internal controls less effective.
Sam, from your perspective.
From my perspective, with my company, we're dealing with invoices and payments, and so we are cautious of AI creating fake invoices, also AI creating fake documents to verify identification, such as, maybe a passport or a driver's license or a tax document. So have to put other things in place to verify who that person is.
So of course you're on the forefront of the good AI against the bad AI, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us, between you and maybe starting with Vincent, some of the examples, some of the really sophisticated examples that you've come across more recently that perhaps people have heard a little bit about, but how they're working, Vincent?
Right. I'm going to start with something that I'm pretty sure everybody has seen. I'm pretty sure you've all seen the fake videos of the presidents of the USA and Ukraine fighting, wrestling in the Oval Office. If you haven't, you can easily find them online. They were created with Gen AI tools, and I have to say they're pretty convincing. So now, imagine that using the same technology, fraudsters create a fake impersonation of your CEO, of your CFO. Get this on a Zoom call, just like what we're doing right now, and asking you, your team, your account payables leaders to wire a few $1 million. You're gonna think, oh, it's never gonna happen in my company, right? Right. This is what we see happening all over the world with multi-million-dollar scams. And just recently, a UK engineering firm, I'm not gonna give the name here, but you can easily find it online, lost $25 million to a sophisticated deepfake attack. Exactly what I said. CFO was impersonated. And what's interesting with this UK engineering firm is they had very strong security measures in place. All right. So we are seeing this, the deepfake, but we are also seeing very sophisticated attacks. They use Gen AI now to, like I said before, to create fake emails for large-scale phishing campaigns to steal user credentials. They want to get access to your email, or they want to steal your ERP access. It can generate, like we said, fake invoices that will look exactly the same as a real one. They are legitimate. Fake legal documents. In the US, we deal with W-9 forms. They can be easily tampered. Bank letters, fake audio, video calls. And something new that you may have seen that we're seeing now is fraudsters are now using trusted apps like DocuSign to create scams. So it feels like you are signing the right document, but guess what? It is a fake, but it's too late.
Okay, Robert, what have you come across that you need to point out to people?
Thanks for that, Vincent. It's really interesting, isn't it? There's three types of obviously AI and the way they're being used. One is in text, so we're receiving obviously emails that aren't genuine, but seem to be from account takeover, CEO fraud, business email compromise. I'm sure you're all familiar with, whereby they're asking you to change bank mandate details or whatever it may be, and everything about it looks genuine. Because they've taken over that account. If you remember, bank mandate fraud as an example goes back to receiving a letter back in the day. I'm old enough to remember that. Then it moved to you received an email, but you could easily tell because the email, you right-clicked on it or it had mistakes in it or the letter heading wasn't genuine. That's all gone now. Then we talk the voice, and Vince has alluded to the third element of that, which is the picture, the face, the people. And if you look at it from a fraudulent perspective throughout, anyone who's on LinkedIn, how many AI images and AI profiles are there on LinkedIn? Huge amount. They really are. As Vince said, we've had that scenario, which was actually in Hong Kong, I believe, whereby people are sitting around a boardroom, all in a call, thinking it's genuine. Every time that somebody as your FD or your CEO or an organization lead is talking, i.e. us now, that's easy enough now. That will get posted later in snippets on social media, etc. They can clone that now and change my voice, because then people would know it's me, to say, can you pay this invoice now? So you could have it in video, we could have it in email, and we now can have it in person. And when you actually look at that whole scenario, that is generative AI. That is, from the fraudster's perspective, that's what they're trying to do, is to rely on your processing weakness and to be able to obviously take advantage of that. And unfortunately, if we don't have a control mechanism in place and we don't have a great controls framework, they will absolutely take advantage of that and create fraud against your organization. So I think all of us need to be aware of it. We need to be aware, and that's what I was saying at the very beginning, the importance of ensuring that we are using AI to prevent fraud as opposed to the fraudsters only using it.
You're nodding there, Sam. Presumably this is using AI on the back of processes, though. I mean, what's your experience when you go into companies and try and help them?
Yeah, I mean, on our end, we see, or have to be aware of fake invoices, fake emails, maybe a fake person, someone, AI try to intimidate or trying to impersonate the person, like an internal person that works for that company. So also duplicate invoices. So AI will send duplicate invoices. So you have to have a system that's going to detect the duplicate invoices. Also, another great thing that we always try to advise companies to do is to start using purchase orders. And when you use a purchase order and you're creating a purchase order, you have to match that purchase order against an invoice, but as well as the delivery. So a lot of the fake invoices will get sent in and say it's for this amount with this delivery, but if there's nothing to match it against, you don't know if that's a fake invoice or not. And so, the purchase order, creating purchase orders, having that process within your company, but also having a system in place where you can detect variances with that purchase order when the invoice comes in is going to help you detect if there's any kind of fraud, using AI.
I think the interesting part there, Sue, is the combination of all three too, whereby obviously you would receive the email, you then receive the phone call, allegedly from the CEO or your FD, and you say as a accounts payable team, yeah, that's fine. We know about that. I've been talking to those people, not necessarily the genuine person, but you have had that conversation. I've had the email, and now you get the phone call saying, can you now arrange this and pay this now, or whatever it may be, change these bank account details now. And the social engineering part, along with all three of those, is obviously the method that the fraudsters are adopting to A, gain your trust and control, and B, then make the fraudulent transaction.
So with that level of sophistication, I mean, that's three things working together. That makes it very difficult, or does it, to recognize fraudulent action? I mean, how can people, what flags are there anymore, or are you just relying on keeping to absolutely essential processes and knowing what's going on? Who would like to take that? Vincent?
So, yeah, totally agree with what Robert just said. We have to understand that social engineering attacks are cyber attacks, but they're very different from the scary ones that we all know about, the ransomware. When you've got this malware that's going to be installed on all computers, it's going to encrypt the data, and if you don't pay a ransom, then you're in trouble. Those attacks are very different in the sense that they're not in a rush. The fraudsters, it's going to take months for them to pull the trigger. So exactly what Robert said, they're going to start by creating a fake bank account. It is a real bank account, but when I say fake, it's because it doesn't belong to your vendor or your supplier. They're going to then start having friendly conversation with your AP team. Most of the time, it's going to be your AP team saying, hey, the person you were working with has now retired. Now, please update your system with this new contact information. 3 weeks later, oh, we've been acquired. Oh, we decided to change the way we are going to receive payment. Please use this bank account, and I'm ready to do the callback processes with you and the bank account validation with you whenever you have a minute. Call at this number. And it's going to be, the AP person is going to be talking to the fraudster. Very nice, and everything's going to look great. Months later, you're going to start receiving invoices, and invoices are going to be paid to this valid bank account, which doesn't belong to your supplier or provider. And a few months later, your supplier is going to call back and say, hey, I've not received payment for the invoices, right? That's most often what we see with our customers, right? So it is we call it the slow burn, under the radar attacks, right? So very difficult to detect. Back to your question, Sue. So this is why it's very important to look at emails, vendor-facing emails, look at what's in your system, making sure, to Robert's point, making sure you have controls in place. But when I say controls, you have to be very, very precise in terms of controls. And I'm talking about here dual approval requirements, segregation of duties. You can't have the same person that's going to make a change in the ERP and the same person that's going to approve the change, right? Because we haven't talked about internal frauds, but this is also a concern. So very difficult to detect. Like Sam said, those invoices are perfect. So the human eye can no longer be the only line of defense for your fraud protection. So you need to have a holistic view at the entire payment process, which includes email through wires to the bank.
Sam, what do you get people to put in place?
So in terms of, okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, if you're doing things manually with your payment process and you're doing things manually with your invoice process, it is going to be very difficult for you to detect AI or any kind of fraud in general, because you're relying on a person to detect that. And so you really need a software that's going to detect that for you, and then have transparency that you can run reports to see if there's any variances. But also software that's going to block it. So you have to have a two-step approval process, like what Vincent said. You have to have segregation of duty, like what Vincent said. So you have to have a role-based software and a two-step approval process for any kind of payment changes to be made. But also the other thing we implement is the know your customer rules. So when a bank account's getting changed, we also verify that that bank account is valid by requesting documents that support their claim. But also, using a software that is going to identify that person.
It's also around, I quite agree with you, Sam, there. It's an important aspect, is the aspect of segregation of duties, schemes of derogation. You've got a procurement function. A procurement function is seen as a pain in the backside because people claim it slows them down. It's a process. And this is the problem. If we don't have the processes, then I'm afraid you're basically leaving the front door open. If you do have processes, you need to ensure they're robust. You need to ensure, as Sam alluded to, that you have continuous monitoring software, both transactional and data, and the onboarding piece. As Sam alluded to, that onboarding of your supply chain, get that right at the very beginning, and actually everything else falls into place thereafter. If you don't get the onboarding right, then I'm afraid already that door is ajar. If you then get that right, and then you manage to close that gap, and I see far too often is security weaknesses. Do you use two-factor authentication? Do you use other security controls? Who has access to your data? How easily accessible is your data? And unfortunately, when you look online, I could probably pick up from most corporate organizations, I can pick up details of your organization. I could pick up signatures off of board meetings. I can pick up voices, as we've alluded to. And before you know it, you've opened the door for me. Not only that, you've let me in welcomely. And this is the problem. We need to take control. We need to prevent. And because unfortunately, no one is immune for fraud, regardless of your industry or size, and you will be a victim at some stage if you're lax in control.
So how can finance leaders prepare? It's a whole team thing, isn't it? How can they prepare their teams to reduce the fraud risk from the simple to the very complex? What would you suggest people start looking at seriously?
First of all, if you don't mind, I will take that first, because it's something I'm very attuned to and very passionate about. Is first of all, what are your fraud risks? Do you even understand where your fraud risks lie? because that's what I find time and time again. If you look here in the UK at the moment, or if you've got an organisation overseas but you're operating here in the UK, we've got some new legislation coming in with the failure to prevent fraud. And part of that 6 principles is a risk assessment. Please note that's a fraud risk assessment. But you can't undertake a fraud risk assessment until you understand what your risks are. What mitigations do you have in place, and how do you manage those risks? And there are 2 sides to that, both internal and external. So if you was to ask your staff, how do you commit fraud against this organisation, I promise you now they'll come up with a list as long as your arm of ways they can do it. Now put yourself on the outside and understand how you commit fraud, and again, we'll come up with a different list. Don't forget the piece of collusion, whereby they'll liaise with the outside. The fraudsters will, as we said, socially engineer your staff. And then following that, education, awareness and training. And hopefully that's what today's doing for some of you, is your organisation have to accept and create an open culture, be transparent to get people reporting. But first of all, understand your fraud risks, know how to manage them, know what mitigations are in place, and close any of those loopholes where there aren't mitigations.
Vincent, do you want to come in there?
Yes. So I'm going to share with you my 5 recommendations. That's always the 5 I share whenever I do a public engagement or when I speak with customers or prospects. So 5 key takeaways here, because finance teams are not cybersecurity experts. What finance leaders need to put in place or know is, the first one is you have to your point, Robert. First one, you have to know your risks. These attacks are not random, they are targeted. So you want to identify the areas where they will most likely occur. Second, implement strong governance and internal controls. This includes, like I said before, segregation of duties, dual approval requirements, and regular audits to prevent and detect fraud. 3, train your employees. Training is essential, but it is no longer enough on its own with GenAI. But employees need to be aware of the new threats and how they should respond. 4, fight AI with AI. And that's what we do at TrustMe. Use behavioral AI protection solutions to detect those fake invoices and deviations from your regular operations and processes, because this is where current or new technology can help you detect and stop sophisticated cyber fraud attacks. And then 5, last but not least, collaborate with your IT security counterparts. Most often, and that's what we talked about, those cyber frauds are built on socially engineered attacks coming through email and targeting the finance teams. Why? Because you have access to the money and you have access to the ERP. So this is a joint problem for CFOs and IT security to solve. That would be my 5 key takeaways.
Sam, do you want to add anything to this?
Yes, I mean, my recommendation, or our recommendation as a company is, like I said before, use purchase orders, use a system also to detect duplicate invoices, also use a robust payment verification process, use a dual approval process for payments in general, and then have a software that's going to have audit trails and for internal fraud as well. So a lot of companies that we speak to, they haven't really addressed this. They don't have a lot of strict policies in place around this. And so I think it's something every company needs to evaluate and make it a priority to do so.
Because I think you've said that in the US, there's still quite a high proportion of manual processes that you feel are very vulnerable.
Yeah, I would estimate, I mean, if you look at statistics, about 70% of companies in the US are still doing things manually when it comes to invoices and payments.
Wow. So plenty to think about. Robert, you talked earlier about you think we're actually a step behind the fraudsters, or just about keeping pace, shall we say? Let's be optimistic. But why do you think that is? Because they devote more time, they've got more resources, or we're just not thinking about it in the right way? What should be happening at a macro level, really?
What a great question, Sue. And it is, isn't it? let's be honest, it's a little bit like anything. We've got to speculate to accumulate, haven't we? And you need to spend money to do it, because AI, don't get me wrong, I don't think it's stupidly expensive, but you need to think about what it would cost you if you were to become the victim of an AI attack. What is that cost? How can you measure that cost? We're not just talking about money you lose. We're talking about the reputational damage to your organization with regards to the products or services that you offer. So how can you actually measure that is very difficult. And I think the reason, Sue, is that we're very tentative about it because A, we have this fear here in the UK, and I mean this as generative AI full stop, not just in fraud, regarding safety of jobs and securing jobs, and AI is going to take all of our jobs. That isn't the case in my personal opinion, especially for fraud, because you still, as Sam's alluded to, you still can't beat that overarching personal interaction and keeping a human eye on what's going on. So I think that's one step, is exactly that, is we need to adopt it, need to understand how much it will cost us if we don't. The other is a lack of knowledge, education and awareness, Sue. We don't really understand how it can help us and what it can do. And I think therefore that's another reason for that tentativeness, is that we'll wait until something happens and then we'll act. And I was at another event earlier today and had exactly that same conversation with somebody. They then put it all in place afterwards. But it's after the horse has bolted, and it cost them a lot of money, a denial of service attack alongside it. You couldn't operate as an e-commerce organization. And the cost is astronomical in the time you spend trying to repair what you've been damaged, in the time spent trying to recover your share loss, for instance, as an example. Everybody asking those questions, and it's not just then and in that moment, but what is that loss of confidence in that product? Lost a long time. It takes a while to get it back, particularly in e-commerce or somewhere where people are obviously on a day-to-day basis purchasing and working with you. Actually, I'd rather go to another supplier. I don't want to work with these because they've been a victim of fraud. My credentials are in there. And I think that's the overall piece, is we're a little bit tentative. I think we need to use it. What I will say, Sue, is I'm never going to say we'll stop fraud, I'm afraid. Those days have gone, in that we all hoped that we could have stopped it. It's here to stay. So therefore we need to react to it.
Okay, Vincent, you're nodding. What would you like to see if you could encourage what should be happening?
If I can leave you with something, that would be, there are two types of companies: the companies that have been already attacked and the companies that don't know they've been attacked. This is an issue. Today, every company is a target and every company will be attacked. Whether the attack is successful or not is a different story. And it's, again, on the finance leaders to put in place what's required, what's needed to make sure that they don't make the headlines on the news. But this is a big problem. If you look at the FBI report, back in 2023, they were saying 84% of companies had already been targeted for cyber payment fraud. And the average cost of a successful attack is 1.5 million. Deloitte, in the recent report, just said that they project that cyber fraud losses could reach $40 billion by 2027 in the US alone. Just to put it in perspective here.
Sam, what would you wave a magic wand and have happen if you could?
I think there really needs to be a champion within the company that initiates this and then leads that project to make it a priority, like I said. But I think a lot of companies, they think they're safe, but they don't really realize they're not safe. So, I mean, when you're paying by check, there's about a 68% chance of fraud on a check. When you're paying by ACH, there's about a 37% of fraud chance of fraud by ACH. You know, if you look at virtual card is around 5% chance. So, I mean, I would evaluate your method of payment as well. And what is the safest form of payment that you can do as a business to ensure that your payments are not going to have fraud on them? And really, that's virtual card. And a lot of companies don't even know yet what a virtual card is. So, you know, there's a lot of different things to look at, but your method of payment is also something.
Okay. I'd like to hear a little bit more about some of the examples I know that you have at your fingertips. You've talked about the sort of the big explosive thing that you see happening, you know, and that's not really the biggest danger, because I think, Vincent, you had an example of a fraud that had been committed by one employee over 3 years, and the processes just were not in place to pick that up. How does that happen?
Yeah, so you're totally right. So this is what we call a case of internal fraud, where one employee, and it's public, so I'm going to disclose the name because you can find it online. Macy's, you know, the US company Macy's. They discovered last November that one employee had been redirecting $154 million to a fake account, right? So over a period of 3 years, this person was able to move money from Macy's to this account, pretending to be paying shipping invoices, right? So the scam was an internal employee on the finance team with a friend with a fake shipping company. And so this person was, that's the issue. This person was approving those invoices without any, you know, any control. And this has been going on for 3 years for $154 million. Simple example, nobody discovered anything, and they had to wait until the person left the company to realize that there was something wrong with this supplier or provider, because there were no longer any payments made to this company.
So can I ask, maybe Rob, Sam, whoever wants to come in, that kind of fraud, that amount of money, it sounds almost unbelievable, but what was being missed that stopped it being picked up? Just process, whatever, Rob, I mean, we can't, I don't mean in this particular case, I just mean that kind of fraud generally. If we were to say, how does that happen? How does it happen?
But Sue, that raises a really good question, doesn't it? Is what company, with all respect, as big as Macy's are, as big as any other large corporate is, how do you not miss $154 million over a 3-year period? So we're talking 50 million a year, a million a week. Now, what that tells me, and I'm sure Sam and Vincent will concur and obviously see it, they had no controls in place whatsoever. There was no continuous monitoring. There was no transactional data monitoring. So do you have anything there in terms of looking for round numbers? Do you have that continuous monitoring to look for unusual transactions? Do we run a process to look at where those payments are being made? Because in that case, what was that bank account that belonged to that company? I'm guessing probably something similar to what their wages were paid into. And I dealt with a case very similar to it. And ultimately, this guy said because he could. And the business did not know even when the day he was arrested, they only found out because over here in the UK, they run a suspicious activity report via the banks because the transaction data had got so large and he transferred too much money. But what that shows me, Sue, is a complete and utter, if I'm honest, disregard for controls, a disregard for your own assets and ensuring that you're looking after your own business. And ultimately, as we said all the way through this, generative AI or just good old-fashioned fraud, if you don't have it, I guarantee you now you'll be a victim. So therefore, I just don't understand how you can miss that, but I do if you've not got continuous monitoring, you haven't got continuous data control, then yes, of course you'll miss it. But ultimately, there is within the legislation top level commitment. So back to Sam's point about being a fraud champion, we need that top level commitment. That doesn't just mean the chief exec or the MD. That means the whole of that leadership team. And what you do in those circles, you're looking for it. You've carried out, we talked about the risk assessments. We've talked about education and awareness and training, continuous monitoring, due diligence around that onboarding and your supply chain. No dormant accounts, please, after, I don't know, a year at most. They are vulnerable for fraud. I see it time and time again, whereby a dormant account is set up. You know that you can send an invoice out and nobody will bat an eyelid, and they don't. And before you know it, you've created however much fraud you want. And I think this is the time now. You've got 6 months here in the UK, or if you've got operations here, to ensure that you've got reasonable procedures to prevent fraud in place. If you haven't, A, you're on the hook for the offence, and I'm afraid it's a very large fine. And secondly, if you have, how robust are they? How recent are they? And are you confident that if they were to be tested, which by the way is something being muted at the moment, will be happening, then if they can be tested, would we survive getting through, or would you as an organisation be safe?
Sam, in your work, I mean, have you come across situations, things that people are doing that surprise you in, with all the information and techniques and tools there are, that you think, wow, why is that still happening?
Yeah, there are some really big companies out there that are still doing things with a manual process, but also there's some really big companies out there that haven't fully implemented a fully automated process. So that might be semi-automated, or maybe 20 or 35% of it's automated, but the rest is not. And so it's something that is surprising. And the larger the company, I think the easier it is sometimes to have that fraud happen, because especially like Vincent and Rob saying, over a period of time, a lot of these fraudsters, I mean, it'll take 2 or 3 years, but the company will then realize that $150 million is gone, but it's taken 3 years for that to happen. And the company was so big, they didn't detect it, but they also didn't have the right process in place to detect it.
So we've just got a couple more minutes, and I'd like your views briefly on this all-important risk assessment. I mean, where do you start? Do you have to pretend that you've got nothing in place and look at it from day one? How can you get the advice? What do you need to know? Rob, shall we start with you? How would you go about it?
Please, very much so. First of all, understand your risks. Secondly, how do you manage and mitigate? What have you got in place? Thirdly, if you haven't got anything in place, what do we need to put in place? And then how we manage it. And the important thing to remember is, and I talk metaphorically, this can't sit as a dusty old worksheet on the side. This has to be updated. Your business is changing. Look at how much we've all changed, okay, over the last 4 or 5 years, every business, and that will continue. And that's dependent on so many different variables in terms of the size of your business, in terms of the staff, in terms of where you operate and where you're working, in terms of what mergers, acquisitions, whatever else it is you're doing. So you have to keep that risk assessment updated. So first of all, we get our risks. We know exactly what we've identified them. We know what mitigations are in place, and we know what we need to have as extra controls. Bear in mind, this has to be fraud specific. Then what we look at the end, once we've done that across the board, across the whole of that organization, what is the likelihood and the impact if there was to be a fraud around those areas that you've already highlighted? So therefore, the likelihood is probably some areas you're vulnerable, and the impact is more than money. Don't ever forget that. It's more than just the loss. It's what it does to your business, your shareholders, and your reputation.
Vincent, briefly, where would your risk assessment process start?
All right. So for socially engineered attacks, those attacks are not random, they are targeted. They are going to target your finance teams and your top executives. So first thing you do is you identify the email accounts that are top priority for you. They're not gonna target your marketing team, right? So finance teams and executive. You want to have an email security solution in place. You want to secure accesses to your ERP. We see too many times credentials being stolen or just acquired on the dark web, and people change bank account numbers before the payment run goes out the door, right? And so we catch this. That's what we work on with our customers. So understand who are the targets in your organization. Make sure you have, like we said, processes and governance and internal controls in place, and use technology to do so, because we can't put a person behind each PO, behind each invoice.
Sam, anything to add as a final reminder?
I would advise for any company, even if they're a smaller company, go through the SOC 2 certification process. If you do that as a company, and it takes a little while to go through the process, everything you have to put in place to get SOC 2 certified will benefit you greatly to help you protect against fraud.
Thank you very much. So thanks to Robert Brooker, Vincent Jeffrey and Sam Stull, and thanks to Trust Me and Rillian for sponsoring this session. Don't forget, we'll be putting a question for you to answer in our short 5-minute break that we're about to have. And if you do enter, you could be entered into a draw to win 2 free tickets to one of our accounts payable P2P leadership conferences in either London, Miami or Toronto, because that doesn't include travel and accommodation. So do take part. We'll see you back in 5 minutes for our first workshop about closing the gaps. But thanks very much indeed to Robert, Vincent and Sam for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you all. Ian, hi mate, how are you?
Hi, Robert.
Okay, and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your break, took part in our competition. Now, the first workshop today, sponsored by Approval Max. Fraud doesn't always happen where you expect it. So this workshop will uncover some common blind spots in accounts payable, procurement and expense management processes, all waiting for fraudsters to exploit them. What can you do to detect and address them before they cost your business? To take you through this workshop, Ian Cartledge is with us, an account executive at Approval Max, a software platform which is used around the world to build robust financial controls with a streamlined approval process. Ian has a decade of experience in complex software as a service solutions, working on unique and innovative models as required across diverse markets. And Robert Brooker, who we heard in our last panel, director at Opus Forensic Accountants, an accredited counter-fraud specialist, highly trained experience in financial investigations and fraud risk management. Welcome, gentlemen. You have your 30 minutes.
Thank you, Sue, very much. Ian, you're on mute.
There's always one, isn't there? And it had to be me today.
Well, it was me the session before, so.
So, start again. Apart from someone who obviously forgets that he's on mute, my name's Ian. I work for Approval Max. We're a leader in approval workflow automation. And I fundamentally, the core remit of my role is to help finance teams explore how to strengthen their controls with automated approval workflows. I work with them on ensuring compliance and ultimately reducing the fraud risks that go along with those processes. I'm actually really excited about this session because I know Robert has some really interesting stuff that we're going to dive into. And Rob, I was going to ask you to introduce yourself, but it sounds like everyone already knows you.
Well, having just done another session, Ian, there's probably a chance of that. So, yeah, I'm just because basically I work for Opus, which is a forensic accounting firm, and I work as an accountant with investigations, fraud risk management, education awareness and training, so forth. So, yeah, anytime. That's me. I've worked in it now 27 years, both private and public sector. And yeah, it never ceases to amaze me.
It's interesting. I mean, so for today's talk, we're going to be diving into the evolving fraud landscape and discussing practical strategies to close those gaps in processes. I'm sure along the way, we'll look at things like how automated controls can help those, like those that we kind of support with here at Approval Max. But I did want to throw open the first poll kind of straight away, which is I'd like to kick things off just to understand from the audience where people's minds are themselves when it comes to fraud. So the poll itself at the moment, what is your biggest concern regarding financial fraud in your organization? It'd be good to get a feel for what people are currently thinking about. Yeah, and it's interesting. It mirrors the conversations I have quite regularly, and there's the predominant here, obviously, external payment fraud, lack of visibility, and then delayed detection. Robert, for you, maybe you can tell us a bit more about kind of taking that into consideration. What are some of the kind of most commonly used types of scams at the minute by criminals that you're seeing or you're aware of, kind of fraudulently access payments and things like that?
Yeah, of course. And that's really interesting, isn't it? Is that no employee collusion or the insider threat. Now, that interests me greatly in how we can discuss that. And none of you are confident in your current fraud prevention measures, which equally would indicate to me that they kind of are a bit of a conflict there between the top one and the bottom one, because I would expect if you had complete faith in your measures, then you'd be happy that there's no insider threat. But actually, how are you measuring what that insider threat is if you are actually confident in the prevention you're undertaking? So that just for me is quite interesting before we start this, because that's what it's about now, isn't it? Yeah. Is the moving landscape of fraud has really changed, as Ian alluded to there, in terms of how fraud is created. We just talked in the previous session around AI, and what types of fraud are we all experiencing? And I think we've all they're long in the tooth, if you like, for the normal push payment fraud and your normal kind of bank diversion fraud. What we're seeing is there, but it's how it's being developed using different processes. And I think then you can't get away from, and you've alluded to it as an audience very much, in that we go back to the basics around account takeover fraud, upgrading to take over business accounts using stolen credentials, which is becoming, if you think of the AI conversation, becoming a lot more sophisticated. Phishing, smishing and vishing, which obviously, as we discussed, is very common, and that's what you're seeing. The vendor fraud, which is the collusion. Now, this is where I'm coming at from the fact you're saying invoice fraud, and vendor fraud is the collusion between the employee and the vendor, and the overcharging or the services of goods or services that aren't delivered. And what I'm seeing, I'm just dealt with a case, it's in the throes of prosecution at the moment, with regards to, and I'll remain anonymous at the moment because unfortunately it's not in the public eye at all, but somebody orders 100 of something, a very valuable, in the FMCG world, a very valuable commodity they ordered 100 of. But the truth of it was the business only got 50. And the other 50 was shared between the insider and the salesperson from the vendor. And then what they do, they go and sell them elsewhere, or he pushes them out off his own back, and he pays your man a percentage because he's colluded with him to commit that fraud. And then obviously that happens with then the invoice fraud that goes with it. And that's what we're seeing. And obviously clearly you are too. I think the variety of invoice fraud that we're seeing is probably very, very prevalent at the moment from the fraudsters. And I think internally, again, we're thinking about how this works and what it looks like. And I think we take it internally, face inwards first, is looking at that aggregating. So you might have invoices that are coming out from your business, and people are sending them out without having to utilize their procurement function. So they might have sign off for 100,000. They want to buy something for 400,000. They'll put 4 or 5 payments through a 95. That kind of thing is what we're seeing. And then we go into what we're now seeing more, and isn't necessarily the run of the mill, Ian, which wire transfer fraud, yes, we're seeing it. Fraud as a service, we've all heard of software as a service, but this is an emerging threat that I'm seeing now, and cyber criminals are offering on marketplaces, on the dark web, but also I am believing now using tools like ChatGPT and WormGPT, they're selling it online now, allowing cyber criminals to generate the templates and other materials because it's already there for them. They make it accessible for even an amateur, and you might just dip your toe in it rather than being a serious organised crime gang. If we then combine that with what we talked about previously, synthetic ID fraud, combining real and fake information, then we look at deep fake technology and the way that people are doing that, and we obviously business email compromise we've touched on, and identity fraud. Then the other bit that's worrying me greatly is by the end of this year here in the UK, and I believe it's in other countries already, we will have digital passports and driving licenses. Now, that's your identity to be able to use as being somebody that's working with you, somebody that's obviously one of your vendors, is that all genuine? The kickbacks we'll always talk about, obviously. Check fraud, we don't necessarily have over here in the UK at the moment. Is very, very prevalent still in the States. What I'm interesting about that, though, small, medium enterprises reverting to checks because they don't have confidence in the online banking system.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, ACH, Automated Clearinghouse, which we got both here in the States. Reimbursement fraud. I dealt with a job for, let's just say, the everyday, big yellow and blue, with regards to reimbursement fraud. And again, it was an insider because they were getting people to buy, you put through a chargeback as such, and then you keep the goods and nobody bats an eyelid. And when you actually concentrate it geographically, everybody was in the same area, and there was an insider also approving that. They get the chargebacks, they get their money back, and nobody ever pursued the goods. It was more hassle to go and collect. The truth of it was the insider was just sending it out to friends and family, but that's exactly how it happens and what there is here. So yeah, a very much widening thought around fraud typologies now, and what we're seeing. And I think that's the important piece. We need to be on our toes, as you said, Ian, and employ somebody like Approval Max or whatever to do what you're doing.
Yeah, and I think You mentioned there deepfakes, and I think it was something that we kind of touched on when we caught up last week. There was a really interesting case that caught my eye online when I was doing my reading around Arup, who suffered a deepfake scam in Hong Kong. One of their employees was tricked into paying out $25 million to fraudsters, I think it was. And that was essentially somebody, they thought they were on a Zoom call with one of the senior leadership who insisted that they made a payment happen. And it ultimately, it would never have happened had the right processes been in place in terms of that automated side of things, which is kind of where we come at things from an Approval Max perspective, that even with the strongest manual policy processes, companies have blind spots, and it leaves companies vulnerable to fraud because there's none of those checks and balances, and there's often edge cases that circumvent the kind of the manual flow, if you like. So I think one of the big things for me, I was curious, obviously loss of cash is an obvious one when it comes to downsides. Are there any other kind of, if you like, downsides that you can think of that really hit home for like people that you're working with, that you're seeing at the moment, that just aside from the loss of cash for business?
Yeah, of course. There's the bigger picture with cash as well there, Ian. There's a bigger picture of when you suffer a loss and you then investigate it. So actually, do you bring in an outside company? Is it just yourselves and your resources? And if you was to measure that time and effort that goes into it, and then you've got the issue of if it is an insider and there is collusion, we now have the morale around the company because unfortunately somebody within our midst has committed fraud. And then what does that do to you as a team? You're the manager or you work alongside them, somebody you trusted, probably been to lunch with as a minimum, but as a maximum, I know a lot of people socialize with their friends and holidays and all that kind of thing. So that whole team motivation and morale is very difficult. Then obviously that doesn't have a financial impact, but the financial impact of the investigation itself, looking to then get a temporary member of staff in to cover it, looking then to, obviously you've got recruitment fees, the cost of having a temporary member of staff, because I appreciate accounts payable particularly, you're extremely busy people, you need somebody immediately, then the advert for a permanent role and getting somebody in place and all of the on costs that go with that, then the replacement of that money, how do you get that money back and what does it cost you? Do you put up your pricing? Does that then cause a fraction amongst your supply chain, amongst your customer base? Do they not now pay from you? They go and get it elsewhere because you've got to try and recover that money somewhere. Hopefully you've got insurances in place. That's the speculating to accumulate, and you might have fraud insurance. Highly recommend people look at fraud insurance now. There are products out there that cover all this kind of thing, and from investigation to replacing of staff. Most importantly, for you as a business, what does that do to your business? What does it do to your shareholders? First of all, your shares have dived. Secondly, what does it do to your customers, your clients? They can go elsewhere now, can't they? Who's going to use a company that have been a victim of fraud? Yeah. Who's going to use a company whereby they don't have a confidence in your product or service anymore? There are plenty more out there. It doesn't matter what you do. And actually, what is that knock-on effect? And as you say, Ian, there's both that internal, external impact of a fraud. There's also that financial and non-financial impact of that fraud that ultimately builds around your whole reputation and your business and your whole kind of loss of confidence in what you do.
Yeah. It's interesting because for me, when I'm talking to various finance teams, that the common piece is that there are certain, if you like, checks and balances that can be put in place using an automated workflow. So real-time fraud alerts, using multi-level approvals, audit trails, all these things that come as part of the Approval Max package that help. But when it comes to kind of your experience, are there patterns that you kind of see where fraud commonly slips through kind of what are thought to be secure processes? So obviously we very much are vocal about, we think automation helps because it allows you to trust the automated policies. People have to approve things in a certain way. There are no edge cases, et cetera, et cetera. If you were to say, okay, people that have more of a manual process, are there certain areas where you see that often falling down, or are there patterns where you maybe think, actually, this could have been avoidable?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because how do you expose it? What does that control process look like? What control framework do you have? How are they exploiting your vulnerabilities, your systems and your processes? So when you really look at it like that, you start considering what do we have in place? How can we prevent it? And what do we do to deter it? And if you look at the whole way through that, the whole way through it is really quite interesting in what do you have in place? What do you implement? How do you prevent fraud? And what, as you say, Ian, quite rightly, are those common themes that lead to that demise, if you like, of what you're doing? And part of this is around the lack of training, education and awareness in your staff, in your supply chain, knowing what to do, how to go about it, your customers. And that is a weakness. I see it regularly. There is a pattern that works and that happens. The collusion piece, if you've got the collusion, you've got the education awareness, you prevent that.
Yeah.
You really do. The transparency, so you make it harder for fraudulent activities to go unnoticed. You create ethical behavior. You have a culture that is counter fraud.
Yeah.
And you work together on that, i.e. you whistleblow, you do whatever because you want to protect your business and you want to do it. Then we get into the reporting, the analytics. What key measures do you have in place? So what we see often, and you just alluded to some of that then, Ian, is around identity trends. So identify exactly where the fraudulent activities are coming in. Is it because you've got zeros and fives at the end, for instance? Do you have continuous monitoring to prevent that? Do you have that control framework in place? Because that's what fraudsters do. Rarely will they be sending you odd numbers. They don't appreciate it.
Yeah.
Have you got continuous monitoring for your unusual patterns and transforms? Do you do continuous improvement? So you look at what happened to weakness, that control weakness led to that potential fraud. You might have spotted it, which is great. How do you know close that gap and mitigate against that from happening again? And just remember, that's thematically across the rest of your business. It won't just be one area, it will be the whole business that they do it. The other I see a lot of, Ian, is around employee access and who has access to sensitive systems and data.
Yeah.
So that we ensure we have compliance and we don't do. And sadly, they're out of date. They're not strong enough. They're not robust enough. The right chain of command isn't in there with approval processes. Do you have audit logs to detect the unauthorized access or change? Do you actually review your payments for fraudulent practices regularly on a real-time basis, as you're alluding to? Or can you catch it earlier rather than when it's happened? And these are all patterns that lead to it, because a control framework isn't necessarily measured regularly. It really is variety. And the other I always talk about is dormant accounts. And dormant accounts are rife for fraud. Okay, you've got dormant account sitting there, and I've seen this time and time again. People have dormant accounts for 5 to 7, 10 years. It's easy enough to set up an invoice. Back to your point here on the slides, set up an invoice for a dormant account. Nobody even bats an eyelid at it because you know they were a supplier at one time. Why don't we clear them off? What do we need them for after 12 months, for instance? Yeah. And then you've got there, we talk about the duplication. I talked about obviously the single sourcing. If you are working with supply chain, you're working in procurement, what's single sourcing about? They've just been on a 3-year contract. You've known for 3 years it comes to an end at the 31st of March, for argument's sake.
Yeah.
What are we doing then, taking single sourcing to allow that contractor to get it again? What's in it for that commercial manager who's asking you to do that? What's in it for them? I never understand single sourcing. I really don't. One-time vendors, why can't we set up a PO and have a proper organised and arranged within our own, and this is what I always talk about, your onboarding process.
Yeah.
If that onboarding process is done, then you haven't got to worry about it. And yeah, we talked about below the limit, surprise pricing, all that kind of thing. Familiarity breeds content. Okay, so how about the fact that we're dealing with one supplier all the time, for example? We've got a framework there, procurement framework. Do we share the love, or do we just go to one company all the time? And why is that? But that's all back to the continuous monitoring and that continual having an oversight of exactly what your spend is and where it's going in.
Yeah. On that note, it'd be quite interesting to open the next poll, because that poll specifically focused on, with the people on the session, what methods are you currently using to detect potential fraud? So whether that's manual audits, automated alerts, maybe you're relying on external audits, or maybe you don't have a formal detection system in place. The reason this would be quite interesting, because for me personally, it'd be quite useful to understand kind of where that, if you like, sits with the audience currently. I don't know if it hasn't come live on my screen, but I'm going to operate on the assumption that it is live currently. Now, I'm going to move on, if that's okay, just because that poll hasn't come up on my screen. But one of the things that we've kind of alluded to, and forgive me, this is where we do the kind of the praising ourselves or the book plug if I was on a radio show. But so what we've actually recently rolled out a case study with a customer we've worked with ourselves it's a company called Partner Hero, fast growing BPO, 3,000 plus employees across 7 entities, 6 regions. And they were having a lot of challenges in maintaining consistent financial controls and approval transparency. So now not only do we help them solve that, but that came with some added benefits. So 60% reduction in approval times, which meant they could do things quicker. We also save teams around 200 hours on a monthly basis, which it's about cost saving about $5,500 for them. And that isn't on a small scale. This is across 90 people in multiple entities. Robert, with that in mind, have you encountered a case where automated approvals either helped uncover a hidden fraud, or where that kind of process of using automated approvals could have solved the challenge had it been in place?
I think that's the important thing, is how many people measure and how do they measure and understand that you've prevented a fraud. Yeah. Let's be honest, the legislation around fraud is an intent to deprive somebody or to make a gain from another. So therefore, you should be monitoring it. And strictly speaking, even if they don't get away with it, it's a fraud and it should be dealt with. But when I see that on here now, we've got 36% of people don't have a formal detection system in place, Ian, that would elude me to think, well, hold on, how do they know whether they've got this fraud going on or not? So yeah. I think what we see all the time and regularly, and thankfully they've got a system, so therefore it prevents that fraud. And that's exactly what it's there for, as you would always allude to, I'm sure, is there to protect your business and prevent fraudulent activity. When it's too late and it has gone through, and you think to yourself, this is ridiculous. If they only had that in place, it would have stopped a fraud, is very, very common. Very, very common. And I deal with it regularly, whereby you've got to be careful because you sound very clever after the event, don't you? If you'd have had a bit of a system.
Hindsight's 2020, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that, Ian. And actually, you don't want to be doing that. You want to work with them and see if you can monitor it and match it. But what people don't understand is how simplistic that is, Ian. Because ultimately, if you'd had a continuous monitoring system in place and you're regularly reviewing and monitoring your transactional data and you're up to speed and managing your supply chain registration and you're managing everything that goes around that from your procure to pay systems, and that's my background. I worked for 10 years at Transport for London as head of fraud, and I saw this day in, day out, where sadly procurement is seen as a pain in the backside, dare I say, because you slow the process down. Yeah. But they're there for a reason. And back to Ian's question, that's what stops it. Procurement is there for that reason, to protect the business and you as an individual. They're protecting you, and that's the process and why they want to do it. And I think that's the important thing. So I see regularly whereby, unfortunately, sadly, an organization doesn't have it in place necessarily, or they have some. We look to circumvent those controls. Back to your point, Ian, we look to circumvent them for speed, for cost in some people's eyes. Oh, it's quicker, it's cheaper, we'll just go through and do it. When actually that controlled system would not have happened. That automated system would have stopped you. There's no way you would have fallen foul to that fraud. But you haven't got an automated system. You're relying on it manually. There is no real-time checks. And before you know it, there you are. And as you can see from the tips to prevent it, there is ultimately, it's really quite basic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's be honest. I don't mean that to sound patronizing, but if you haven't got anything in place, how much more vulnerable and how much wider is that door open than somebody's got automated systems in place?
Yeah.
There's too many transactions in to do it manually.
Yeah. And you touched on it there. There's one of the numbers that really jumped out at me, which is the no formal detection system. Not for the reason you might think. I was reading an article on Business Wire. It's like 93% of UK companies have faced vendor fraud in 2024. Okay, so that's a big number. The one that jumped out more is 36% of people in the audience haven't got a formal detection system. That same article cited 42% suffered multiple incidents. Now that 42 is very close to 36.
Yeah.
So there's a clear kind of I would say maybe it's obviously an assumption on my part right now, but I would assume those that have kind of no formal detection system are probably within that 42% who suffer multiple incidents of vendor fraud, because if you have no system, you don't catch the first one. So I know.
Isn't that interesting though? Is that 36%, and you're saying there's also other stats out there as well, Ian, that replicate exactly that feeling? What is that barrier to having a formal detection system in place? And I feel for you guys, you're working in the business. I'm sure you want it. A, it protects you. B, it would protect the business. Is it a lack of understanding? Is it, i.e., from an IT perspective or whatever it may be? Is it a lack of resources and funding to pay for it? And let's be honest about it, they pay for themselves, because otherwise, the minute you're a victim of fraud, then I'm afraid that will cost you far more than it would to have a system. What is it that reticent to accept that you potentially have got a problem and you don't want to monitor it? Or is it just something completely different? And I'm just interested in the minutiae of that, if you like, as to exactly why is it you wouldn't have final. It's almost like you and in your home life, guys, with regards to a mobile phone or something, and you don't have any two-factor authentication. What's the difference? I don't get it.
Yeah, and I can only speak from my experience of the people that I work with. 9 times out of 10, the barrier seems to be budgets. Because it's often these systems require additional budget or additional cost. The businesses often are hesitant, whereas, like you say, if you put it into the context of kind of day-to-day life, you probably wouldn't go on holiday without holiday insurance, as an example. Yes, it's an additional cost, but it pays for itself, because theoretically you never have to spend any more should the worst happen.
As someone said there, Ian, on the last comment, June Burke, thank you for that. Most business thinks it'll never happen to them. And that's the same as you and I standing at a bus stop with our mobile phone in our hand, and somebody drives by and takes it out your hand off of a motorbike. Same thing. We never believe it will happen to us. All I can say here, back to Ian's point, is through experience, it's far cheaper, far more efficient, far more effective to have something in place beforehand than it is afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm mindful we've only got a couple of minutes left before the end of the session, and there's something that I wanted to put to you. I know we've got another poll as well, so I'm going to ask if we can launch the third poll now, and then whilst that's live, Robert, I'm going to just put this question to you because I was really interested to kind of get your thoughts on, if you were advising a CFO today, what would be the top 3 fraud prevention priorities that you would recommend they focus on going into the rest of 2025?
Fantastic. What a great question. Yeah, it's easy, isn't it, really, for me, potentially, but also for yourselves and for all of us. We've talked about it all a lot today, and it's kind of just having a summary of exactly what we've got here. My first would be understanding your fraud risks, highlighting exactly where they are, knowing how to mitigate them and how to protect your business. Secondly, would be education, awareness and training for both your supply chain, your customers and your staff, because how can you ever expect anyone to report fraud if they don't actually know what it is? And it could be going on for years without you knowing. And like we've alluded to earlier on, and Ian's alluded to, these things happen. And they do happen. And sadly, it's what you pay for it afterwards. And the third, and most importantly, and I think you could say it's a Radio 2 link, but ultimately the reason for that is you've got to have continuous monitoring. We need to have something in place to protect our business. We can't expect that 36%, 42% that we just alluded to be able to protect it ourselves manually. That doesn't mean to say AI will do away with your jobs if that's one of the other reasons you're concerned. It only enhances your job and helps you, and the human interaction with that actually defines exactly how you work and how you prevent, because you've then got to build in the control processes in place. So you've got the risk assessments. You now have to go back to that, say, right, we've had an issue, but what we've done now is mitigated it and we're managing it by importing this. And it's a continual circle. And I think that's the 3: education, awareness and training, ensuring that you've got robust policies, procedures alongside, obviously alongside a system to help you in your fight against fraud.
Fantastic. And just now that the poll results are coming, one of the reasons I was quite interested in this, 8% of the respondents said they haven't faced fraud, which is very close to the 8% of UK companies who said they haven't faced vendor fraud in 2024. So there's definitely a correlation there in the results in terms of the data that Business Wire reported on seems to be validated by those in the panel.
And I know my only question to that, Ian, is why is that? Education awareness, and how do you expect to, and I've had this, no fraud here, sir. And then FD said to me, no fraud here. I asked the question, how much education awareness and training do you do? What do I want to educate people on how to commit fraud for? Well, how do you expect them to report it if they don't even know what it is? And I would query that 8% along those lines.
Yeah. It'd be interesting. One to throw open to the group maybe next time we can, if we've got an open discussion opportunity. So I'm mindful we're running out of time. I think we're overrunning already. So we have. I'll round up the key takeaways. I think look, we've highlighted how modern fraud is evolving, and there's a hidden risk here through manual processes, lack of education, and often a lack of automation. So those three elements, I think, are big critical things that businesses can do to close those gaps as fraud evolves. Now, from a next steps perspective, if you'd like to have a chat with myself or Robert, I'm sure you can reach out to us. I know we haven't got around to the Q&As today, but obviously if there's a way for us to facilitate those after the fact, then I'm more than happy to answer any questions that there are.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And thank you. Thanks to Ian Cartledge and Robert Brooker there, and our sponsors for that session, Approval Max. We've got 5-minute break now. We'll be putting up that question for you to answer to be entered into a draw to win 2 free tickets to one of our accounts payable P2P leadership conferences, excluding travel and accommodation. Take part if you can, and we'll be back with a workshop looking at how to understand the hacker's mindset in 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Sue, can you hear me?
Aye. Welcome back. And with the emergence of LLMs, large language models, I had to look that up, in AI, many corporations are still exploring applications to improve productivity. But the cyber criminals have already capitalized on these advances. And this workshop explores the dark web to look at the groups orchestrating cyber crime, the methods and tools they use, and how you can adopt a mindset that helps you identify your vulnerabilities before they do. Nike Decker is VP of Marketing at F-Sure, which is sponsoring this workshop today. And Nike has spent years looking into cybercrime and hacker dynamics. And with the information from hundreds of finance professionals, Nike has a perspective from the front line on the most urgent digital threats facing finance teams. So take note. Welcome, Nike.
Hi, Sue. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, so I'm calling from Australia. Sorry, I'm also on a new setup. It's 3 a.m. in the morning here, and I had to do some negotiation about workspace with my wife at this time. Yeah, so I'm calling from Australia. If you are catching on to my accent and you'd be like, hey, that doesn't sound like an Aussie accent, that's true. I'm originally from the Netherlands, so I ended up here. Anyways, thank you for IOFL to have us as well. And thank you for the previous session as well from Approval Max. Really good to have that line about fraud. And I can assume that on a day like today, where if you're still on this call, you might be like, there's a lot of doom and gloom of fraud. I saw a few other sessions were covering fraud as well. So unfortunately, here's like a little bit more of that doom and gloom, but there will also be something at the end, and it's not all that bad as well. So we've been doing these presentations for the past 5 years now, and we've been at F-Sure, we've been following like cybercrime for a really long time, and we dubbed this year as a conversation, obviously with last year AI being so big in the news. And this year we think like we dubbed it like cybercrime 2.0, meaning if cybercrime is evolving and you compare it to software packages, and we've seen 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, now with AI, and the way of how that's taking shape in the industry, we really think we're getting into a new era, and we adopt the question like a new wave of corporate financial fraud coming. So this is a question mark at the end. I hope that it remains a question mark, but it might be an exclamation mark later as well. Anyways, just a little bit about F-Sure. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the product later, but F-Sure is a payment fraud prevention software. So we help companies pay their vendors securely. We do that for about 3,000 companies now, and we protect about $250 billion a year, like globally now as well. And we protect about 2 or 3 fraud incidents for those customers every week, ranging to small frauds from $500 fraud to multi-million-dollar frauds as well. So at the end of the presentation, I'm going to go a bit deeper in the product as well, just the concepts to show how we solve for the problem. But yeah, let's dive into the content. So before I'm going into, let's see if my slides move. One second. There you go. So this isn't really a marketing conversation. It's more about like an industry level set. So we're working with a ton of partners in this space, ranging from academia. We have a convicted cyber criminal actually that hacked the credit card system in the banks as well. He's a very close partner of us. He's now a cyber consultant. And then we're also working with corporate finance advisors. So Robert Thorpe, to call him out specifically, he's a managing director of one of the largest private equity funds in Australia as well. So combined all their thinking, all their knowledge, we put that in like a half an hour presentation as well. So that's what I'm going to show you now. And when we speak to all these people and from all these different backgrounds, all they say is like fraud is like a global problem. and the global problem is increasing as well. Like in every country, especially when it comes to businesses, we see like these frauds due to cyber criminal activity is going up globally. And zooming in on the US and just like the economic impact there, every year like that impact is increasing by 21% in the US, and it's a total loss of cybercrime of $452 billion. And then in BEC alone, it's $2.9 billion, and that's a huge impact. And these numbers, they always come with an asterisk, because they're underreported. It's really hard to get an accurate number because businesses aren't required to report on these numbers as well. So the actual numbers are estimated to be much larger as well. So zooming in on like the business aspect, there's like globally 3 main reasons why this happens, and this is true in Australia, this is true in North America, this is true in the UK, this is true in Europe. We see this everywhere. So there's a gap in the banking system that matched to the business registration complexities. So whenever you pay digitally or you receive an invoice.
Sorry, it's Sue here. I'm sorry to disturb you. We're not seeing your slide deck at the moment.
Really?
Apologies for fascinating.
Have you seen it before? Can you see it now?
It can see it now. Thank you very much. I'll disappear.
Okay. Sorry. I hope it was visible before as well, but thank you. Okay, so there's 3 reasons why these scams are happening. So there's a gap in the banking system, meaning that when you receive an invoice, the name on that invoice is never matched to the routing number or the BSB account number here in Australia or the IBAN number in Europe to the business name. And obviously anyone can start a business. There hasn't been really any controls at the front door of creating business. There's many trading names a business can have. A business can have multiple bank accounts. So it's making it very complex to create like an identity of where you should pay a business. And then on top of that, the whole industry is more digital connected than ever. We do like your teams might be doing business with people that they've only met on email as well. So if you put those 3 together, you have like this global 3 pillars that generate this problem. All right, so now, okay, hopefully if I click on this, still see the screen, hopefully. Yeah, looks like it. Okay, so just going a bit deeper into that, it's like I want to go over like the content. So I'm gonna explain you a little bit about what these hacking groups are, like the people that you're up against, when the people that are behind the big word of fraud, and then how they have evolving their operations, and then also how they are expected to go to operate in the future. And then at the end, a little bit of a leadership response as well. We think fraud and payment fraud specifically, and also battling these cybercrime organizations is something that is a very sits within the finance team, I should say. This as like a CFO or as a finance manager, you are perfectly situated to manage this for your organization. But anyways, let's look at the hacker groups and who you're up against. And they always get portrayed as these guys in a hoodie in a basement, like typing away. But it's actually not true. Like obviously, like Hollywood has done us a massive disservice to show us them in these things. But these are like well organized groups, and they run like industrialized corporations, and they have a lot of funds behind them, and they can absolutely recruit the best people there are. So it's pretty good to understand this, that they are run like a business. And I want to show you a few examples. So these are some of the famous hacker groups, and these are the groups that want to be known. I think maybe just last week, you might have heard from the Lazarus Group on the left. They're North Korean state-backed group, and they just did a Bitcoin heist by Bybit. They are suspected to be done that, and I think they stole $1.4 billion in US dollars. It's the largest theft ever recorded in the world. So these are like known hacker groups, and there's very limited information on these, but there is some on these ones. And what we can see with this information, there's two groups. There's like a technical group, and they are run like more like a software company. They have like a very strong hierarchy, and they have developers, they have coders, they have pen testers, and then management and even product managers. And then you have these non-technical groups that are basically more run like recruitment firms or your sales functions. So they have targets, they have to make money themselves, they get commissions. Some of these groups actually have employee benefits as well. So it's a very mix and match, and it's not as structured as the way of how normal businesses go. It's a bit of a mess. Employees can switch companies; they can work for the same places. There's obviously no employee contract. But yeah, very messy, very scary to see that. And what's happening is these groups, they are trading with each other as well. So IT Guru did a study on like how the technical founders, they create like hacking software as a service, similar to your tech stack. And they create this technology for the non-technical groups, and anyone can start that. And IT Guru did a study on that, and they did like what would the scammer kit for dummies be to start defleecing businesses from the money, and they expected like the cost would be $127 USD to get started and be ready to start coming after businesses. So it's pretty scary. Like the startup cost for this is nothing. I'm sure that everyone in this group is paying for software, and it's more than $127 to keep the business operated. So it's very scary to have that low startup cost. So I want to zoom in on two groups, one of the non-technical ones and one of the technical ones, a bit of the scarier one. So one of the non-technical ones, they got London Blue. I think they got that name from police. I'm not sure actually, but London Blue actually referred to Chelsea Football Club. I've heard some UK how do you say it? Sorry, I've heard some UK accents, so I'm sure that this doesn't get lost on this audience, what Chelsea Football Club is. Basically, this group in like 2011, they started in Nigeria, and they did scams on Craigslist. And the scams evolved, like they became more and more sophisticated. And in 2017, they started targeting finance execs, and they had 50,000 leads in the system. So obviously, as they get access to better scams, better tooling, their risk-reward ratio go up. You see these groups moving more towards coming after your money, where there's like more to gain from them, bigger sums of money to make. And then as they can hide themselves on the internet better, there's obviously the risk-reward ratio goes up going after businesses. So it's interesting to see that, and this group is like probably exemplary for many other groups as well. Then the other group that came in the news, and this is like very rare insight, and this group is called Fin7. Very large group. They're known for very large malware and ransom attacks. The Revil, it's a quite a renowned piece of software that they use to shut down an entire company and ask a ransom, and they get that on your computer with phishing and BEC attacks. And basically, what happened, which has given us this rare insight, is obviously as you see it at the flags of where these people come from. This group is expected to come from have Russian members and Ukrainian members. And what happened when the war started in the Ukraine? Some of the Russian members, the management team, had shared a lot of political views and like started abusing Ukrainian members in their team. And as a result, one of the Ukrainian members shared all their chat information, all their history that they had between, including screenshots and everything, with authorities. So the FBI got a massive look into this group and their operations as well. So I'm going to take you through some of their findings that came. This comes out of a report from a Threat Insight agency called Agari reports as well. So you can find that report yourself. But basically, this is their org chart. It's very similar to, as I said before, a software organization. Had 3 managers at the top, a few developers, pen testers, and then affiliates that jumped in every now and then. What was also really interesting to find, they actually had to launder their money. They were working with 2 legitimate cybercrime companies. The people that worked there, they actually thought they were writing software and scripts, pen tests, to do right. But actually that code was used for malicious purposes, and these scammers didn't even know. And the clients that they worked for were actually set up fictitious by this Fin7 group as well. So it's very fluid of how these guys operate, but their org chart is very well organized. And then obviously we saw some of these messages, and they give a good insight in the culture there. So as you could see in the org chart, there wasn't any HR or people and culture team. And that's probably because of these kind of messages. The pressure that they put on each other is massive. So this message is translated from Russian as like accurate as possible. And I underlined some of the key highlights here. It's like there's absolutely no time to train. It's time to start making money, or you can start working like a slave in a basement or a galley. And we come after your closest relatives and parents. We have all the information on you. Ukraine is unstable. We can come after your parents if you don't start making us money. Death threats to your parents if you're not performing at your job. That's basically the gist of this. And this is one of the many messages I could have selected out there as well. So it's scary. This pure evil that you're up against with these groups. And then this group as well. So estimated by the FBI, they have had a little over 8,000 victims across the globe, and an estimated $1 billion of economic damages. So you saw there was 40 people in that org chart. It's hard to estimate their earnings, but it will be very close to that $1 billion in earnings for those individuals. So that is a lot of money that they have at their disposal, and that's how wealthy they are. I think the earnings per employee are like record breaking. It's not something you can do with legitimate businesses. So that's a bit of the background of these groups that are really the root cause of like all this fraud that is happening. So that's a bit of like the background. Now going into how they have been operating. And their operation is pretty simple so far. So what these groups do, they have a lead generation team. They actually refer to it as a marketing team. So I think it's similar to any organization. Then what they do, they create like this database of emails and people. And then they do open source recon. So they're going to find more information on the target, and then they do an attack. So they select a group where they have an attack, and then they try to siphon the money through mule accounts. So money mule accounts are accounts owned by individuals that may not be aware or are aware that they are laundering money and siphoning money from victims into other bank accounts. So I'm going to show a little bit of insight of how Fin7 did this as well. So in the leaked messages, this was the CRM, the Salesforce, so to speak, that they used. So it had logos, it had the headshots of the people that they were after, and there's even like room. It might be too small for you to see, but there's even an engagement score of the manager comments, like what you should do, and they basically did a prediction score of how successful a scam would be. And I think there were like a little of 80,000 finance leaders in here. And looking at the targets, I think it's safe to say, and this is something to pass for as well, is like your pictures are on a system like this as well. Your pictures, your logo, information on you. There is a group somewhere that runs a system like this, and your pictures are in this system as well, including all your teams, all your team members, including everything about your company. And so in this case, like Fin7, they had the system linked to some of the legitimate providers here as well. So there's API calls that they made to enrich the data. So they knew a lot about businesses. They had direct linking to LinkedIn, Dun & Bradstreet, Crunchbase to get company information. ZoomInfo is a vendor like that provides sales information. They had an account of that as well. So they get all this information on you as well. And then they build like 10 custom APIs as well to enrich the data even further. So it's pretty scary. So that's how they get all the information on you. And then it comes to the attacking place. And this is probably a bit too technical even for me. I asked my team what does this mean, and they explained it to me, and I still don't understand it. But basically, the gist of it, Fin7 used a vulnerability in Excel that installed a remote access Trojan, and this remote access Trojan is called Remcos. So this is one of the ways we've actually seen this year as well. There's also ways, obviously, with the emails, like when somebody of your work in your team or a vendor clicks on an email, then the device gets infected. But we've also seen document signing software and their APIs being abused, and even some ERPs as well in invoices where there's a vulnerability as well, when invoices are being sent from a cheap ERP or mid-market ERP system as well. So there's all these ways. It's going beyond email. It can be an Excel attachment. It can be anything. And they install Remcos, and Remcos is quite a renowned bit of software. You can buy this on the dark web for starting at $58. And if you go on YouTube now, well, let's say we're not going to do that. I'm not going to give you any advice on how to do that. But let's say you have ill intent and you want to know how this software works. There's tutorial videos on YouTube. People can just find that. They're not being blocked. I think that those videos have like 200,000 views, and it really explains how it works. So once your computer is infected with this piece of software, your computer, your device is called a slave, and access to that is being sold for as little as $3 on the dark web, and this is corporate access to your devices. So there's a nice UI, a table, imagine it, and you can literally trade access to different PCs with that as well. It's super easy to do that. It's really scary, and the software looks like this as well. So this is the Russian version of the software. It comes in multiple languages as well, just to give you a bit of an indication how sophisticated it is. You don't need any technical requirement skills to operate this. You can access anything. So once that computer is infected, what we see the most is vendor email compromise. This is the hardest to detect. And vendor email compromise is similar to business email compromise, with the only difference is that to you it just looks like a normal email that you got from the legitimate person that you're speaking with. These emails, they like, I don't want to go in it too deep because I think that this can be a whole session on its own. There used to be tell signs, right? Like if somebody made a mistake in grammar or spelling, you could find that. Now with ChatGPT, these are getting better. But no matter what the tell signs are, or if there are any, there's always like these red flags, and it's like going back to like, what are they asking me to do in this email? And two red flags is like, take care of this personally, do it quickly, and keep it quiet. Don't tell anyone. And it's basically asking people to divert from what the processes should be. So that's very, very important to note that. Anyways, what happens is money leaves the account. If they are successful, money leaves the account, and basically the next step is their money mules and their network. So in the case of Fin7, like the way of how they recruited money mules was very different. They created a whole mix and a network of businesses, automated crypto purchases, cash moving between countries, making it extremely difficult for banks to recover your funds as well. And then at the front of it, they recruited convicted sex traffickers in the US when going after US customers. So they were probably blackmailed. They found a vulnerability with them and were blackmailed into complying to allow their accounts to be used for these services. Here in Australia, there's actually recently an article in the national news about how foreign exchange students were being pressured into having their accounts being used. Sometimes it's also people that are themselves the victim of identity theft as well. So it becomes really hard as well. And what it is as a business, if you are being defrauded and your money goes to any of these accounts, you probably have to sue the person behind that account who can be the victim as well. I know for a fact we had a few stories here about a business that had to sue somebody that was completely financially bankrupted by these criminals, but they had to sue them for an insurance claim. So it becomes very hard and difficult and painful when money leaves the account to any of these money mule accounts. So to summarize, that's like the cyber 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.5 story. The 4 steps. Now, where we go in is like cyber 2.0 and why we're doing that. And this is where we think AI is having a massive impact on this story. So I just put like some examples in there, but basically lead generation and open source recon, those have been very time consuming and hard to do processes. This is where the most of the cost for these guys are at. And this is now being done by AI and AI agents. And for those that don't know what an AI agent is, it's basically like a ChatGPT, but it can also do things. So it can send out emails. It can reply. It can learn. It can set up meetings. It can have actions as well. And then obviously in the attack and in the mule accounts, deepfake and synthetic identities are becoming like very prevalent. So whether we look in the future, and this is something we haven't seen yet, but with the advancements in AI agents, and for those that are a bit clued into what's going on, there's a new AI agent released I think it was on Sunday. It's called Manus. It's from China, from a Chinese vendor. It's super powerful, and it would technically be able to do these things. So it would use all this data from an existing database. It will enrich it. It will engage with your organization, people in your organization. It will learn from those from those interactions. And then what was previously known as phishing or spear phishing, will just become phishing. It will be very personal and highly targeted scam attacks on you. So this is something we haven't seen yet, but this is very close, and we're very alert on this as well to see whether this is going to happen. Then something that we have seen, and this is pretty scary. This tool is developed by a group called Google Xcoder. So the name might suggest that they actually used to work at Google as well, but that would just be a guess. But this is sold via Telegram on the dark web. And basically what this does is it's a piece of malware that you can install on someone's computer, and it automatically detects whether there's an invoice or a payment request being sent. And it will change the bank account details on those invoices to a fraudulent bank account automatically and in real time. And the hacker gets a nice alert. So I think in the ad here, lifetime access cost $15,000 US dollars. So 15,000 K to get lifetime access for this. And then, so it looks a little bit like, it looks like this actually. And what is interesting to see like how sophisticated this is going into the system, you can actually set a threshold of how much value the invoice should have before you decide that it should change details. So you don't get detected for a small amount. So here the threshold is set to $1,500. And it will just look like this for these hackers. So you'll install this and then you get notifications on Telegram when an invoice is changed, what the amount is, what it's swapped to, and when the due date is, when you can expect to be paid as a fraudster. So super scary that this is already happening. It's like we did a bit of a calculation because you can, with one license, this can infect 30,000 computers, which is a lot. If you really, we did a quick guess. I don't know what the numbers would be for the UK and the US, but here in Australia, there's about 600,000 people that would touch business invoices for like medium to large size businesses. It would only take 20 people with this software subscription fully maxed out to just completely drop that system on its bottom and prevent it from working. It could like have disastrous effect. So this is out there. It's on Telegram. There's a few articles about that. You can read more about this. But yeah, business invoice swapper, very scary. Then the other thing, and I think it's like in the previous session it was mentioned already about Arup and how there was a deepfake CFO that lost $25 million as well. So I'm sure you've heard that example a few times as well, so I won't go deeper into this. But another example, and this is like also very scary. Sorry, I think like I'm sharing a lot of scary stuff, but we're almost done with the scary bit, and then we go into the solution bit. But deepfakes to create these mule accounts, and with indeed like digital identity and identity theft. What we now see, deepfake technology is super sophisticated. One of the best detection softwares. It's built by Intel. Let me see what it was called. It's called Fake Checker or something like that. And what the software does, and this is how sophisticated it is to detect this, it looks at the blood vessels and the changes on someone's face and the skin to detect whether it's computer animated or whether it's actually real, to detect it. And even then, it's hard to detect. So whenever financial institutions require know your customer and like the pictures that you have from the iPhone, currently that is quite foolproof, but there's a cat and mouse game as well. So some deepfake have actually been able to bypass that biometric security as well. Okay, so how does this all evolve like over the next 2.0? And there's 4 predictions that we have that will happen. So these attempts are going up. We'll see more and more as the barriers to entry become lower. Those tools become cheaper, and therefore like those attacks become more sophisticated. And then we are very like fearful of like where these agents are going and the development of that. That's definitely something to pay attention to. So this is like something in the near future as well. So what can you do as a leader, as a finance leader, and what do we think is like a good leadership response? So we're going a bit more in the brighter thing. So obviously these attacks, 99% of them are financially motivated. And because they're financially motivated, and as the guardian of cash, as the CFO you are, or the finance leader, this should fall into your wheelhouse. This should be you leading this. This should be you talking to the board, talking to your entire C-suite. Hey, there should be something happening here. And we're speaking with many CFOs, and we've identified these three mindsets, and I'm curious to hear from each and every one of you, maybe later, in like where you fall in these buckets. So there's these three different mindsets. There's this passive mindset. Well, if it happens, we can weather the cost. This won't happen to me. It's not worth the investment. My employees won't fall for me, and this is not a big thing for us in our business. It's one mindset. There's quite a few finance leaders that fall into this mindset. Then there's this other mindset, and it's getting a bit better, but it's still a bit of an issue. It's the defender mindset, and it's like, look how much we've already invested in fraud prevention. Like some of them would say, some of our customers would say, hey, we got FSure. I don't need to do employee training. Or they say, I do employee training every 2 weeks. We are completely secure. No worries, we're right. Which is a good mindset to have, but it's not great yet. And then there's the attacker's mindset, and we think that this is where we can learn a lot from the cybersecurity industry, where you have blue team and red team. And it's having an active mindset to detect fault in your business. And you would have this mindset if you would say, yes, we're doing training. I got the fraud detection software provider in place. We do have multi-factor authentication, but where are we still vulnerable? Can we do some pen testing as well? So what haven't we thought of yet? And this is a discussion that we had with one of like the key persons in this space. He's a professor here in Sydney, and his whole view is like, if somebody finds an organization with a defender's mindset, there will be gaps in their security, and for a hacker this will be boom. This is great. There's a certain level of arrogance, and let me tell you, there's one little mistake that they've made, and I'm going to exploit that. So it's very important to continuously test where your vulnerabilities are and go after that. And to make that important in your organization, we created this diagram, and it's basically how you can introduce a cybercrime or a cybercrime prevention strategy to your business. So you have your cybersecurity strategy, and like it's usually run by your CISO or your IT team. And it's basically making sure that nobody that shouldn't belong in your organization is getting into your organization, right? So protecting the front door, protecting your network, your applications. They'd be in charge of 2FA. They would make sure that there's no data leaking the information. And then you have your finance controls. And that means if somebody's in your ecosystem, being that your business may be having the right IT controls, but your vendors may not. And that still affects you. So then you have your finance controls. And it's really like making sure that nobody that is in your ecosystem, in your IT ecosystem, is leaving with money out of your business. So this is a great way to do that. And then as you go through this strategy, there's a good way of thinking about this. It's always to understand that you will get done. You will get done by one of these scams. It will happen to everyone in their career at some point. And then it's very good to be able to answer these questions, like how do you minimize losses? And how do you minimize response times? Like these payment frauds and the cost of it, they go up the longer you are being affected by it. So you might get one loss, the next loss might be bigger, and you still don't know how they defrauded you. And then who's responsible for what in an incident? Especially if it's a big fraud, you might have to communicate with lawyers. You might have to communicate with digital forensic team and consultants. This can really like skyrocket cost for this as well. So having clear answers to these questions before fraud happens is a really good practice as well. Okay, so then how does that strategy look like? There's three. We love our diagrams here at FSure, by the way. So here's another one. It's processes, people, and technology, and it's a mix of those. So let me go into the first one, processes. So when you go to your controls, there's a mix of automated and manual controls, and you should equip your team as well. Like, it's a very unfair fight. If you look at like what all the tools that these hacker teams have, your team may be relying on just verbal phone calls back to your vendors. That is that a fair fight? Like, do you give your team the right tools to do that? And then the other thing is, and this is something we don't see finance teams do enough, and it's pressure testing. We can learn this from cybersecurity. Put a fake invoice in front of your team and see what happens. It's better to test your controls with your own fake invoice than if somebody else is testing it with their own fake invoice. You will lose money. Like, collude with a vendor and see if your controls hold up. Try it. Impersonate like the CEO. Have your CEO, him or her, send a message. Hey, can you do an urgent payment request? And see what actually happens.
Okay.
Then the other thing is training, and this is where leaders could really step up as well. Like, leaders lead here, and it's empower your staff to follow that process. And sometimes that's hard for people, but it can be very practical and tactical as well. You can have a monthly or bi-weekly security moments where somebody in the team has to do some research into that. But also a really good tip, and we got this from one of the partners that we work with, is like boilerplate communications for accounts payable. So let's say a CEO asks for urgent payment, or it could be done. Does your accounts payable usually quite junior to the C-suite team? Like, do they feel empowered, and do they have the tools to message back to the CEO? Hey, actually, you're asking for a payment outside of a process. It's not something we do. And then tell your team as well, in very clear, straight wording, I would never ask you to do anything that falls outside of the process that we're following here, and stick to that as well. And then for you and your team is like every bit of conversation between suppliers and vendors is, and between your team is like, what am I asked to do here? Am I asked to keep this to myself? Am I asked to do this urgently? It's very important to know that. And then another thing is what's very important, this goes back to having a quick response, is a high shame threshold. Like, do your people feel empowered to raise their hand? Hey, I thought I was booking a really cheap holiday. It turns out now my computer is infected. How long does it take for your people to get forward with the message that they actually did something that they weren't supposed to do? They might be fearing for their job. Make sure that they aren't. It's not helpful to your culture and business to resolve this. Okay, then the last bit, technology. So obviously, being a technology vendor, I'm going to touch upon our technology a little bit as well, because I think it's interesting the way of how we solve it is really unique in the business. However, any technology vendor that says we're the end-all be-all solution to your problems here is probably lying and isn't true. So it's a mix what you can do here, and it really depends on your risk appetite and the industry that you are in, into what extent you should invest. But a few good ones to make sure is like, have your data, your AP, your ERP, or your vendor information behind two-factor authentication. Pretty much any software vendor you will be dealing with has this functionality. If you haven't enabled it, do it today. It makes it so much harder for these criminals to get into your business. Then some spam filtering for your email. Set up some workflow automations to get like that 4i principle going in your business. Make sure that people actually get to see what's coming in and what's going out with multiple people. And then clear vendor management as well, and clear payment protection for accuracy. So I want to go a little bit into how we at F-Sure think we solve that, and it's quite unique in that way. So F-Sure is basically bringing your financial controls into the digital age. We have like a verified vendor database. we have like that is shared between our customers. And then between the procure to pay cycle, we send persistent real-time alerts. And then we also have a shared blacklist account. So when you sign up with F-Shore, you get access to accounts that were used in a fraud, and you get a red thumb for those when we see them again, so they can try it again. So this is like a huge deterrent for these criminals as well. So basically, a bit of how it works between our customers. So we have this set of customers. There's 3,000 of them. And put some of the brands here that we're working with. They all have their vendor master file that they upload with us. So they're all trading, all the trading partners are in here. What we then do, we enrich that database that we get from them. So whenever there's a new vendor, I'm going from top left to right and then the bottom. So whenever there is a new vendor in your business, we make sure that we onboard them. So we check whether their bank account actually matches their business name, and that you are going to be paying who they claim they are. And for those that are in the US, that technology is very similar to how you would validate your bank account details, like in SuperTax. If your vendors don't do that, we can also do like a callback control. We have a team of specialists that are trained to do this correctly. Then that data gets enriched by third-party verified bank data. There's a lot of these databases out there. For in the US, you may have heard, or in the UK, sorry, you may have heard about confirmation of payee. In the US, that's early warnings. So we enrich that data and we match your vendor master file against that data as well. And then we use other data as well to further verify the business name. So we do an EIN search, which is in the US, the business name, tax number with the IRS, and we're also doing compliance searches. So think about anti-money laundering and controls like that. So you get access to that. So obviously we're creating like all this data together. And then we're looking at the customer vendor master file. And over time, as we are getting more and more customers, we see that people trade with the same suppliers. So if you look at like Pepsi, the CPA, and Suttons, there's a green thumb between them. So they might all be working with the same office furniture supplier.
Mike, I'm really sorry to disturb you. We're running quite a long time over now. If you can wrap up gently, that would be great.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm almost done. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so what happens is our data gets progressively more secure as well. So that's how we solve the ecosystem there. We back that technology. We recently, if ever like you verify a vendor with our data, and you do get a fraud, we pay up to $1 million. We guarantee the loss there to up to $1 million. And what you get as a user, you get like your verified suppliers in real time. So all your dormant accounts are being checked, and you get this in your portal. You get like to see the health of your supplier list. And then when you make payments or where you prepare them, you actually get a clear overview of a red thumb, green thumb, and you can update them as well with us. So if you want to learn a little bit more about the conversation, you can download the guide that we do. Every year we talk about this problem of cybercrime and how it pertains to CFOs as well. So thank you for your time. Apologies for going a bit over. I thought I had this time. So yeah, sorry about that. But that was it. If you have any questions, just reach out to me on LinkedIn, and I'm looking forward to hear from you.
No worries. Thanks, Mike. Sorry I had to disturb you. It was great.
That's all right.
Absolutely fascinating, and I'm sure people will reach out, and that information with the QR code to be able to get your updates and all that work you've done. Scary stuff. I hope people are fighting back, and I'm sure people will be in touch with you. Thanks very much indeed for joining us in the middle of your night. That was great.
Thank you.
So as we're running slightly over, and to get all the other good stuff in, if you could just take a couple of minutes break now. Thanks to Nike Decker there, and thanks to F-Sure for sponsoring that workshop. Just take 2 minutes, and if you want to enter our draw, do so, and we'll be back with our next workshop.
Sue, can you hear me okay? Okay.
Okay. So welcome back after that very short break, but we want to get on with the good stuff, as I said, that's coming up. Dan Ramey is president and founder of Houston Financial Forensics, highly qualified. He teaches graduate level forensic accounting, has won awards for his teaching. Dan will be using the US military concept of stopping an attack before it happens, left of bang. He'll be outlining the definitive steps that you can take in your organizations to discover and control fraud before it occurs. Fraud becomes a really expensive business distraction once you move to right of bang. Dan Ramey, welcome. I'll let you explain all of that. Hi, Dan. I think you're on mute.
I got muted a while ago. Okay, now you can hear. Okay.
Perfect.
Well, thank you all for joining us. I want to talk about a principle of turning fraud detection and prevention into a business process. And you've got processes for paying bills, you've got processes for billing, for purchasing, whatever it may be. Let's add fraud to that and the fraud detection. So let's go through some concepts with this. Get that to slide. I'm using a theory that the U.S. military uses called left of bang. Bang is defined as the event when something happens. Okay, that could be a bomb, a sniper, an attack, whatever it may be. The military trains very well for what happens after that. Likewise, if you call your local CPA, fraud examiner, forensic accountant, and you know that there's been a fraud, we know exactly what to do and how to get it to the end game. What we want to do is not even get to that end game. We want to be able to try to push that back and say, how do we detect the fraud before it happens? So that's the theory behind Left of Bang. It's an excellent read for personal, for business, for military. It was originally built for military. I read it and I go, I think we can do something with this. So what happens is you've got Bang. What is Bang? Bang is a fraud. Okay, it's something that happens. We're going to focus today just on employee fraud. We've got vendor fraud, outside party fraud, cyber fraud, all the things that we've got potential going on, but we're going to focus on employee fraud today. I want to leave you with two concepts to start with that I want you to think through the entire presentation. First one is business has never moved this fast before. It will never move this slow again. Point being, things are moving very quickly. Technology, AI, transactions, banking, whatever it may be, we're moving faster than we ever have before. We're going to continue to move faster. We will never be this slow again. So while we're on the business side, things are moving fast. On the fraudster side, it is too. Transactions can come in, they can move money quickly, they can get it into the system and get it out. For instance, if you move money into a bank account and then flip it into crypto, crypto can be moved multiple times within an hour. Okay, and then tumblers, and there's just so many opportunities there. So we've got to be preventative to try to stop this. The second concept I want you to focus on while we're talking is a maturity model. And I'm sure all of you have seen a maturity model. Wherever you are in fraud detection and fraud prevention, my challenge to you today is that you go up one level. Okay, so take the information we're going to talk about and go up one level. So if you're doing nothing today, let's go to level one, that initial entry. What do we do? If you're level 3 and you've got a defined process for fraud prevention and fraud detection, then let's go up another level to quantitatively manage it, okay? We can always improve wherever we are. So don't think if you're doing nothing, you got to get to level 5 to be successful. You don't. And we'll talk through some of the things you can do. So I'm going to give you a couple of bangs to get you kind of started in your mind thinking. These are investigations that I've done. I could go on for days about this. I've got a short time, so we're going to hit 2 very quickly. Had a controller at a relatively small company, about 85 people, had been there for 22 years. The audit team had just finished auditing. Everything came out fine. In the US, we have what we call SAS 99, which is understanding the risk of fraud in an organization. They had interviewed her. They had gone through the checklist. Nobody could steal. She's not aware of anybody stealing. You know, we have dual authorization for everything. There is no way anybody could steal. 2 weeks after the team pulled out, the CFO called and said, we have a problem. The first problem that we encountered was her American Express bill. By the time we got through, we went back 4 years of transactions. She had stolen 11 different ways. American Express card, gift card, gas cards, petty cash. She had her daughter on a payroll, so ghost employee, processed invoices for her son's company that didn't do work. Verizon is our cell phone. She was in charge of the cell phones. All of her family had cell phones on the company. She even stole a vehicle. And this is a long story. We're not going into all of it. So just suffice it to say, where we normally see one thing going on, because this person had full responsibility over so many processes, she took advantage of every one of those. Total, not large, total was about $300,000. So not a very large fraud in the scheme of what we normally see, but 11 different ways. The second one is an international energy company. It's based in Europe, offices here in Houston. Accounting clerk, her job was to do wire transfers from bank to bank within the company, okay? And on a daily basis, she moved millions of dollars. That was her job. No big deal about the amount of money, but She figured out she had admin rights to the wire transfer system. So she created a second wire transfer or second admin account in the wire transfer system. And at that point, she could set up a template in the wire transfer system and approve it with the other one. She could enter the data and approve it with the second one. Her first transaction was she paid her cell phone bill. This is years ago. It was like $35. Nobody caught it. Nobody said anything. Next month, she paid cell phone and power bill. Nobody said anything. And then she said, forget this. I'll just send it to my bank and pay all my bills. When we got there, when we were engaged and we started digging through it, she had done $800,000 of wire transfers to her personal account, all because someone gave her an admin right they should never have done. Okay, and so now I know you're asking, like, where was the reconciliation? Where was all this? She documented everything in SAP. They did not do a great job, but the way they found this was they were doing year-end prep for the audit. They looked in SAP, there was a supporting document missing. They looked at the transactions and they go, those are her initials backwards. And they figured out real quick what was going on. But all of the other transactions she had supported with some type of documentation, which allowed it to slip through the system. She ended up with 3 years in federal prison for that. So when we have frauds, like either one of these, what do we have? We have broken trust. Trust is something that is not an internal control, and I'll talk more about that later. But we have broken trust between the employee, the leadership, and the employees, whatever it may be. Normally the pendulum swings the other way and they get real suspicious of every transaction. So let's figure out how we can do this to keep maintaining our business and the way we're going. So let's talk about where are we today? What's going on in prosecution and in fraud? Now, if you look at this, this came from the ACFE Report to the Nation 2024. If you'll see, if we have transactions or frauds that are less than 6 months, we only have about $30,000 of exposure. So we're minimal, right? If they go for 5 years, we're at 875,000. These are median numbers. Okay, these are not average frauds. These are not the top or the bottom. These are median. So you got a lot more above and a lot more below, but you're looking at, obviously it's this, the graph shows you very clearly, the quicker we can catch a fraud, we can detect it, the quicker we can get it resolved and the less money that we're going to lose. And you'll see when they get caught, that's only like 31% of the cases that are reported. Okay. They go all the way up to 6. So think about, depending on your size of organization, how $1 million fraud would impact your organization. Some of you may be out of business. Some of you, it may be a rounding error, and I understand that. But we need to stop fraud in its tracks. The current landscape that I see, there's a reduced desire to prosecute. Why? It's a distraction. It takes time. It takes money. We've got to pull data. We've got to bring people in. The investigation is expensive. I'm not going to lie to you guys. When you start adding forensic accountants like myself and attorneys involved, things get expensive very, very quickly. It is a distraction to the business. Okay, everybody wants to know what's going on. What did they find? Who found this? What did they find? Who is it? What's going on? All of that distraction, water cooler talk, takes away from the focus on the business that we need to. Long and involved prosecution process. Wherever you are, I don't know how your prosecution is as far as speed, but I can tell you in the United States, and I can tell you specifically in Houston, they are years behind in prosecution. Okay, I had a case I took May of 2020 that was public corruption to Houston District Attorney. To this day, they have not prosecuted it and have not moved on it. And they will not talk to us why. So I can't give you any details. I don't know why it's not moving, but we've kind of written it off. But you can almost always guarantee 2 years before prosecution. So then people go, is it worth it? Can I just fire Sally, get her out of the way, and we move on because I'm not going to get my money back and this is going to be a distraction. Limited sentencing, okay? Probably nobody dies with a white-collar crime. Okay, so sometimes the juries and the judges are very reluctant to give harsh penalties. Sometimes It's a minimal sentence and probation. Zero restitution. I have really not had a case that we've gotten money back. I've got one right now that I'm working. I think we will. They've already paid some of it back, trying to reduce the issue. But most of the time, people steal because they need the money. It's not that they're putting it in a savings account to pay you back if they get caught. Improved data analytics. Guys, this is one of the biggest areas that you can make a change in that maturity model. The data analytics have gotten so good, and you can do so much stuff with basic Excel skills. You don't need to have a PhD in data analytics to make all this work. There are plenty of opportunities for basic sort, filtering in Excel that can get you a long way down the road. And then finally, at least in the United States, regulators are focusing on the data analytics. What are you doing to prevent fraud? What are you doing to be in compliance with regulations? So there's several things that are going on. This is why I think we need to take this inside the companies as a business process. Fraud prevention and detection is a business process. What does it take to be a business process? It needs a process owner. Somebody needs to own it. Doesn't mean just one person. It could maybe be 2 or 3, but they're focused on owning that process and focusing on detection and prevention both. It needs a risk assessment, no different than ERM or any other process you're going to do. Cybersecurity, like we were listening earlier, that risk assessment. Where do we have risks? You got cash, you've got risk. You take credit cards, you've got risk. You've got employees handling transactions, you've got risk. You've got employees negotiating, you've got risk. We'll talk about some of that population in a minute. You need a process when things go wrong. They will. You will miss a fraud. Something will go wrong. You will not use the right data analytics. You may have the wrong tool. How do you recover? No different than AP. If you make a duplicate payment, you've got a process on how to handle that. Same thing with this. Controls and procedures. Say, business process requires controls and procedures. How do we do this? How do we go about the prevention? How do we go about the detection? What do we do? What does it look like? Who's reviewing? What do we have to put together to make this a solid program? And then KPIs, how do we measure this? So you're like, well, if we didn't have a fraud that we know about, did we do okay? Maybe, maybe not. What's your KPI? What is senior management and the board focused on for you to bring fraud down? And then you have to achieve business objectives. Part of the business objectives, high level strategic goals, is to do something. How does the fraud prevention tie into that? Okay. It could be intellectual property theft. It could be pure cash. It could be all kinds of things that you're trying to stay focused on, depending on what business you're in. Okay. So let's talk about employee fraud. Yeah, those are handcuffs, and unfortunately enough don't get those. According to the ACFE, Association for Certified Fraud Examiners, there are 3 types of fraud. There's financial statement fraud. Normally that comes from management. I'm not going to get into that very deep today. Asset misappropriation, inventory checks, payroll, billing schemes, etc. Bribery and corruption. That's everything from Foreign Corrupt Practices Act to UK Bribery Act, to getting kickbacks for getting people in the door to propose on projects or getting the project accepted. Okay, a lot of opportunities in those. Now, we've got an advantage. ACFE has put together the fraud tree. Think of this as an inventory of all of the possible frauds you may have employee related. Okay, we're not going outside. We're just going to stay in employee related. So we've got corruption, asset misappropriation, and financial statement fraud, just like I showed a while ago. Below that are all of the options. Those are the areas that you need to consider as you're looking for prevention and detection. Okay, a couple of key stats from the ACFE Report to the Nation 2024. This is their most current report. 5% of revenue is the equivalent loss per organization per year. Okay, and so some of you are like, that's high. Maybe there's lots of fraud you don't know about. So go, okay, Dan, you're out of control with the 5% number. Go to 1%. What is 1% of your top line revenue? I would say at minimum, every organization is losing at least that amount. Now, do you know it? Can you quantify it? No, because there'll be frauds that we never ever know about. Okay, hopefully putting these steps in place will dig those out going forward, but you can say somewhere between 1 and 5% of top line revenue is what your organization is losing through fraud. Think if you could capture that and drive that to the bottom line. Some organizations that would double your net income. Some of you, it would be a positive income for the first time in a while. Okay, typical fraud lasts 12 months, and there's $6,000 to $21,000 per month stolen. Okay, I will tell you that once a fraudster starts, it is a straight line regression straight up. I have never seen anything very jagged. I've never seen it go up and just stop until they get fired. So you can assume if they start at 6, by the time you catch them, they're going to be at 21 or 50 a month or 100,000 a month. Average case loss is 1.7. That's case. That's not for an entire company. That's per case. 43% of the frauds are detected by tips. I don't believe I've ever interviewed people that were around the fraud, not the fraudsters, but the people around working, that they didn't see something. Now, they might not have been able to say, hey, Sally's stealing and I know she's doing this. It's like, Sally's got a new car. Sally's taking the kids on trips. Sally's got kids in private school. For what Sally and her husband make, they can't make that happen, okay? That doesn't mean they're stealing. They could have inherited it, and that's the story you're going to get. They could have inherited it. You know, they could have hit gold somewhere. Who knows, okay? They could have won in the crypto lottery. I don't know, but it is worth checking. I have a good friend who says, do a parking lot audit. See what everybody's driving. Walk through the parking lot. Okay. If your accounts payable clerks are all driving BMWs and Mercedes, probably need to double check what's going through there. Okay. 52% of tips came from employees. Vendors know, customers know, all kinds of things. And those are things that we can get to on another time. Hopefully all of you have seen this fraud triangle. This is the Cressy fraud triangle. We've got 3 pieces. Every time there is a fraud, you're going to see pressure. So somebody's got financial pressure. And let's be honest, none of us have enough money. Okay, we can always use more. $10, $100, $50, 1,000, 100,000, a million, whatever. We could all use more money. So we kind of all fall into that. Rationalization. Well, guess what? You're the glue holding the company together. You're the one that works overtime. You're the one that comes in on Saturday. You're the one that figured out the big problem. And so they're not paying you. They're not bonusing you enough. Okay. Or the people at the top are making too much. The third one is opportunity. Opportunity means there is a breach in control or detection. And this individual has seen that and said, you know what, I think I can do this and get away with it. And they start small, and that's why I said it's a linear regression up until we catch them. The one opportunity, that's a play on words, the one chance we have to stop a fraud is to close down the opportunity, okay? We can't fix their money problems and pressure. Only through performance reviews and honesty can we explain rationalization in some cases, but not even all the time then. But the one chance we do have to stop fraud through prevention and detection is opportunity. So that's where I would challenge you to focus. When there have been frauds, 60% of the issues related to internal controls. Yes, there's more things, tone at the top, bad management, incompetent personnel, you know, low lines of authority, on and on and on. But the main one that caused the top 2, lack of controls or override, that's 60%. So we don't have to focus on everything. We don't even have to make senior management good. We've just got to focus on controls to try to reduce some of this. Some of the red flags, and these are, you run this into the education as you train all of your employees, living beyond one's own means, okay? If you find out Sally is got kids in boarding school and they're going overseas, whichever way you're going overseas, for summer trips, and they've got new cars and a vacation home out in the country, they're probably living beyond their means, depending on what how their work status is. Financial difficulties. Somewhere somebody is going to say how tough life is when they're short of money. Okay, now we can always say, I wish I had more money. I'd like to go buy this. But I'm talking like real true, we're not making it. I don't know if we can pay the rent. I don't know if we can buy groceries. I don't know how we're going to put the kids in school. Okay. Unusually close association with a vendor or customer. This is why you see purchasing departments moving people around so that the relationship does not get too tight. Over time, relationships grow. We know that. Excessive control issues or unwillingness to share responsibilities or duties. If I'm doing the bank rec and I don't let you help me and I'm protective and I'm coming in and working weekends to get it done so nobody else looks at it, be concerned. Red flag. Recent divorce or family problems. So this one can go a million different ways, but usually there is a financial burden related to both of these. And then a genuine wheeler dealer attitude involving scrupulous or shrewd behavior. Okay. I am the player. I am the rainmaker. I can cut the deals. I'm going to do whatever I need to help this company out. Okay. So they're going to be overboard bribery, corruption, think they can't be fired. You're going to see expense statement fraud, all kinds of things. So let's talk about a business process. How do we get there? Okay, I've talked about kind of the background behind it, but how do we get there? So we've got 5 things I want you to focus on to create this. Comprehensive fraud risk assessment. That is the first step. Where do you have gaps? Where do we have opportunities for people to steal? Looking at the ACFE fraud tree, okay, kind of gives us a list of where the frauds are. Develop key controls and improve governance, preventative, detective, and remediation controls. That could be a whole nother presentation at some point to talk about those. But how do we have preventative controls so it doesn't happen? How do we have detective controls on the back end of a process or a transaction so that we can catch it before it gets away from us? And then remediation. How do we remediate things that are broken? Data analytics and data analysis. I do not want you freaking out at this point. Excel, even if you're at 0 on the maturity model, Excel is a great tool. You want to move on up and you're up in the 5 category, you've got Tableau, you've got, I just lost the word, but you've got multiple great tools out there that can take us wherever we need to go and do as much as possible. You've got great controls within SAP and Oracle and NetSuite, some of the bigger tools. And, you know, even QuickBooks is getting better about giving you data. Not exporting to Excel, I will tell you. I live that every day. And then a hotline. If you do not have a hotline or a whistleblower, time to get one. Okay, because your employees know what is going on out in the trenches, I promise you. And then finally, the 5th point is you need training. You need to train your employees constantly, no different than you do on compliance or data security issues or cyber issues or how to work with customers or whatever it may be that you're training. Need to train them on fraud detection. Okay, here's the list of things that can happen. Here's some red flags. Usually it's a breach of control. Any of that gets them going. I have done this multiple times and I'm always amazed at, like on the red flags, the people are not thinking that way. I live this, so I think it all the time, but most of the employees do not. They come in and they're doing accounting, they're doing purchasing, they're doing sales, they're working in R&D, they're manufacturing. They're not sitting there thinking about red flags. Back to the maturity model, think about where you may be in relation to those 5 right there. Okay, if you're at number 1, let's figure out how to move you to number 2. If you're at number 4, let's go to 5. If you're not doing anything, let's go to 1. What's the minimum you can do to make an improvement to try to stop fraud in your organization? Fortunately, we've got some great textbooks. Okay, the first one is a new COSO manual that came out. It's the 2nd edition of the Fraud Risk Management. This is the index right there. It is about less than a year old. I think I was on part of a steering committee that gave some recommendations. It is now in PDF so that we can make changes frequently. It had been like 10 years since the last one came out. Crypto has been big, data analytics has been big, cybersecurity has been big. None of those were in there. So this is now developed in a PDF format so that it can get out quicker and we can do more. But you've got a great textbook with that. Next, fraud risk assessment. Should perform it annually. Your business changes, the world changes. At some point, you may go from just taking checks and money to taking crypto. That's a whole nother world. You've got a new risk. How do you address that? How do you prevent it? How do you detect inside and outside both in that case? Broad range of department skills and team members. Get everybody that you can involved. Get sales, get purchasing, get R&D, get operations, get the inventory people, get the loading dock, get accounts payable, everybody that you can, because everyone's going to have a different perspective on what can happen. An exhaustive list of questions. Be able to go in, do surveys, whatever you need, thinking about that ACFE fraud tree and all of the possibilities out there. Use outside experts. CPA firms have forensic accountants and fraud examiners. Look for people that are CFE, Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, Certified Fraud Examiners. Look at them because they see this every day like I do. Discuss past entity frauds. If your business has had frauds, go, hey, I don't know if y'all know, but Gladys 4 years ago did this, this, and this. And Bob had his daughter on the payroll as a ghost employee, and we caught that. And let them know it actually does happen. Okay, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. They probably know anyway. And then assign responsibility to report on progress. How do we go through this? How do we capture all of this information and decide what are the 5 things that we can work on this year? The 3 things we can work on. You can't take all 100 of your findings, I promise you. So figure out which ones you can take and run with that on the risk assessment. So some of the risk assessment questions, very, very quickly, I'm getting short on time. Where have we had issues? That's history. What's changed in our organization? Remember that first slide? We've never moved this fast. We'll never move this slow again. What have we changed? How are we taking money? How are we invoicing? How are we making sales? How are we purchasing? What vendors have changed? Are we now global rather than local? Whatever it may be. What are we changing in the future? This is where you need senior management. They go, well, here's what we're thinking about doing. We're now looking to take cryptocurrency in 9 months. You need to know that. You need to be prepared. You don't want to find out on Monday you're taking crypto on Tuesday. Okay, what's changing around us? What is the other industry? Be part of industry groups as long as you can do that legally and talk. I'm put that caveat in there. But what are the other industry groups? I know in internal audit, they have industry groups and they get together and talk about what their findings are and what they're doing. It's not breach of trust. It's not antitrust anything, but it's just sharing of information. Do we have new systems or upgrades? If you're going to upgrade from project 1 to, sorry, let me turn that off. From ERP 1 to ERP 2, what is going to change in that? What capabilities are you adding? What capabilities are you losing? And then have we increased or decreased headcount? When you do both, you have got controls that fall through the crack. I promise you. So if Sally leaves because of reduction in force and Bob has to take over, Bob may not know everything she's doing because Sally probably did not document her job, as all of us could be guilty of being. Okay, so you probably are going to lose some controls that way. Back here, you've got the entire section of frauds that are possible. Some of these break down into some different ones, but this is your big one that you can do. The other list that is very good is from the American Institute of CPAs. I think they're now the Association of Independent Certified Professional Accountants or something like that. But this is a business fraud risk framework. As you'll see, it covers management, employees, suppliers, customers, and the board. So you've got a bigger list of possible frauds. So between these two, you've got a great list to work through. Next, controls and governance. Develop the controls, embrace the COSO framework. And then the DOJ, the United States Department of Justice, has just released a new, I say just, in September, evaluation of corporate compliance programs. So you may go, you know what, we're not part of that. We're not under their guidance. But this is a document that tells you how to be in compliance with laws and regulations and what they look for. So I would challenge you to incorporate that into your risk assessment, your controls, your governance, your data analytics, whatever it may be. It's an exceptional document. It's what they're looking for when they come in to investigate, for instance, Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. How well are you complying with the laws? So I would encourage you to do that even if you're not under U.S. jurisdiction. Data analytics. Start with the maturity model wherever you are. If you're running Excel, that's great. Every office is running Excel. And even if you're basic filtering and sorting, you can do things. One size does not fit all. So if I tell you, the word I was thinking a while ago was Alteryx. If you're running Alteryx, that's a whole nother level. You're moving up into 4 and 5. If you're a small business, Alteryx is too expensive and way beyond your pay grade for that. You don't need that. Excel works great, okay? You can sort, you can do conditional formatting, you can do pivot tables and find things. I've ditched my data analytics software in favor of just using Excel now. And with Copilot and some Python and a little bit of artificial intelligence built in, Excel is an amazing tool for us now. So I would encourage you to use that and embrace AI. AI has changed our world. When I bring up Chrome, it comes up with a couple of browsers that I want. A couple of tabs and perplexity.ai. I talk to Perplexity all day long. How do I, whatever, what about this? What are the laws around this? What are some possibilities for this? And I have not seen much hallucination, especially in the technical world of like Excel and data analytics. So I would highly encourage you to use that. Some of the things that you can do some testing on very simply is accounts payable, vendor matches to key phrases. Look for cash, jewelry, jewelers, whatever it may be, things that you're not normally buying in the course of your business. Employee versus payee name. Is there somewhere close? Like, do you have Dan Ramey as an employee, and then do you have Ramey Services? Okay, now I'm going to be honest. Some of your fraudsters are not that smart. They're not going to think through some of this, and it's going to be very, very simple. They love initials. Okay, so they use their initials and add ink to it, and that's as far as it gets. Vendor versus payee address. If you're paying by ACH, run their payroll ACH to the vendor ACH. See if you've got matches. Because this stuff is not that complicated, and most unsophisticated fraudsters are not going to go through this and do a lot of work, I promise you. Employee versus payee address, check that. You can, even if you get down, you can do by zip code, and they may have a post office box, or we call them UPS boxes here in Houston or in Texas or in US, that you can get one and you don't have to go through the post office and all of the rigmarole, and it's by a month case. Duplicate vendor addresses, rising invoice amounts by month. One of the things you can do is take all of your transactions and then start looking to see if you've got a vendor that is increasing amounts month over month over month over month, or period over period, quarter to quarter, whatever it may be. Okay, it may be completely legitimate, but it may not be, and that could be the fraudster. Okay, processing voided payments by month or year. A lot of fraudsters will do voided checks. Payment dates prior to invoice dates, they will get sloppy. Okay, if they're in accounts payable and they come in and they want to go in and to drop a payment as quick as they can, they're going to maybe have a wrong invoice date, and you're going to see it paid on June 1st, but the invoice is dated June the 5th. I have seen all of this stuff. They get sloppy at some point. Duplicate I'm going to push on through this. Small dollar amounts, multiple payments, same day, same vendor. Average days to pay. If your normal average day to pay is 40, and you're seeing something that a vendor that has an average pay date of 4 or 5 days, red flag. Okay, this is what I'm telling you. None of these are very sophisticated tests that you can do. Now, AI is helping us tremendously. I embrace it. I embrace it for my students. I embrace it every day that I'm here working on cases. Left of Bang, the last one is a hotline. Next to the last one is a hotline. I highly encourage you to get a hotline up and running, advertise it, put it on your website, put it on your check stubs, put it on your payroll advices, put it on your purchase orders, put it out there. Now, the last one is the key. Action is required. If you have the hotline and you're getting calls and you're not investigating, you'll quit getting calls. Because if I think you're not listening to me, then I'm going to quit calling because I think management doesn't care. So if you get a call and it says, hey, I think Bob has got this going on. I'm concerned about Bob. This is happening in his life. This doesn't match with his job. You need to check it out. Okay. You don't announce it to the world. Y'all know how to handle all of that, but action is required. This is the one I recommend. This is one of my favorites. It's called Ethics Suite. People are very hesitant now to pick up a phone and call in a hotline, but they'll do it over the web. Okay. So internet-based hotlines are the best that I think. This one is a great one from a cost perspective and from what they have built into it. Last is training. Train. Teach your people what's going on. Show them the red flags. Teach them some of the data analytics tools. If you need lunch and learns, the Center for Audit Quality, which is based here in the United States, has a anti-fraud collaboration. I had to work on ACF. Anti-fraud collaboration group. They have got about 5 cases that you can get from them. You can download. And then if you want the answers and the discussion memo, then you have to ask and you have to prove who you are and that it's not going to students and things like that. I use them in my classes. They are great for lunch and learns because they're not black and white. They make people think, and it's very much like our real world and work in the office. And then finally, Fraud Awareness Week is always in November, sponsored by ACFE, and they give you tons of good information, posters, ideas, videos that you can share with your employees to try to educate them. So action steps real quick. Fraud risk assessment, evaluate your internal controls, evaluation of corporate or accounting policies, procedures, create, improve your data analytics. Start with Excel. That's great. If you're beyond that, knock yourself out because the sky's the limit. Hotline training, and then rinse and repeat because you're never at 100%. Even if you're at 5, we're going to get new tools, more information, quicker information for you to get into. So a couple of things, I'm going to leave you with some resources. This is a document that I publish about twice a year, and it has everything from books to podcasts to websites, conferences that if I haven't been, I don't put them on there, that I recommend if you would like to get on I don't use it for marketing. It literally goes out to, it's grown so much, I've got about 3 different groups I have to push it out to. But if you will get your email to Tracy and to IFOL and ask them for it, I'll add you to the list. It literally is, here's the next version. And then there's some data analytics tools you can use. Remember, trust is not an internal control. I appreciate everyone trusting their employees, but we can't. I don't want you trusting me. Put internal controls around you if you don't have them. And then here are some resources that you can link to. The IFOL has the presentation in PDF. You can go reach out to them for this. COSO Fraud Risk Management Guide I talked about earlier, Managing the Risk of Fraud. Fraud Checkup, Fraud Awareness is in November every year. And then finally, if you really need something to knock you out at night and put you to sleep, the ACFE Report to the Nation is all charts, statistics, and graphs. So great information. We all use it, but there's no context to it. You're on your own. And then Center for Audit Quality and Anti-Fraud Collaboration case studies. And there's a couple more behind that. So I don't know where we are on time. I think I pushed it. So
Dan,
do we have any questions?
I'm afraid we don't have a lot of time, Dan, but I know that if people reach out, we'll do our very best to get the answers
Okay.
to everybody. That was a great session. I thought it was worth hearing it all rather than pushing you to do the question bit. So thank you very much indeed.
Okay. Thank
So-
you all. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, Dan Ramey at Houston Financial Forensics there. Thank you so much. Now, a very short break for everybody, just maybe 2 minutes. Do enter our drawer if you haven't, and we'll see you for our next and final workshop, which looks a great one, How to Prevent the Inside Job. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we've had a couple of minutes. So, sorry that was such a quick break, but there's such good stuff. Welcome back. Now, internal fraud can jeopardize your entire business. This workshop will be looking at strategies to safeguard your operations, spot the red flags, implement controls, and encourage whole team accountability. Led by Mark Evans, who's the co-founder of Fraud Hero. He's a financial crimes detective, a task force officer with the US Secret Service, and a certified fraud examiner. And for the past 6 years, he's exclusively investigated financial and fraud crimes. Welcome, Mark. Thanks very much for joining us.
Make sure you can hear me. Well, thank you for having me, Sue. I really appreciate it. I want to make sure, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good over there. Okay, let me go ahead and share my screen with you. And I want to thank IFL again for having me. It's always a joy to come back. I'm probably going to be reiterating quite a bit of what Dan shared. So this would be great. But I'm going to give this perspective kind of from the fraud, from the detective and criminal standpoint. So I think this will be interesting. So hello, everyone. Like Sue said, my name is Mark Evans. I'm the co-founder of Fraud Hero. I've investigated quite a bit of internal fraud. That's one of the main types of fraud that I've actually come across, embezzlement, especially check fraud, things of that nature. And I've been with law enforcement for 13 years. I've investigated fraud crimes for the past 6 years. And starting next week, I'll actually be starting to investigate cyber fraud investigations as well. So adding to the repertoire. But I want to get started here and go over this presentation which I titled Inside Job. So I'm going to talk to you about detecting and preventing some employee fraud, and I'm going to give you a couple of case studies on some cases that I've actually investigated myself, and to be able to lay out exactly how these things happen. So the first thing I want to do is we're going to discuss understanding internal fraud and exactly what it is. And it'll help you recognize some potential risk and vulnerabilities when it comes to this. And then you're going to recognize some red flags. I'm going to give you some that maybe you haven't seen before. Dan did a great job right before me. I'm going to be reiterating quite a bit of what he talked about when it comes to recognizing these schemes. And then some actionable strategies. Dan gave a lot of the actionable strategies that you're probably going to deal with. But I'm just going to give you some from the investigative standpoint, from a criminal investigation that I've been able to carry out. And I probably won't take up too much of your time because I don't want to beat a dead horse when it comes to what Dan said as well. So I want to talk about the impact of internal fraud. So internal fraud definitely leads to significant financial losses, also reputational losses within the business, in my experience. And this comes from stats as well with the ACFE and some other organizations, where the average loss for internal fraud is $60,000. And that's not the revenue loss to the business. That's actually the physical financial loss that that person will end up stealing from the company. And this increases with higher positions. Now, I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we have a lot of high-ranking positions here, especially with our casinos, which are multi-billion-dollar corporations. And I'm going to go over one case that actually involves a casino, and you'll see that sometimes these cases can go upwards of 500,000 to $1 million and more. The average time that I've discovered before the internal fraud is actually discovered is 18 months. Now, the time frame that it takes place is one thing. So it could take place around 12 months, but before the actual business discovers that they've been a victim of an internal fraud is around 18 months. Sometimes it goes longer. The longest that I've actually seen a case go where the business wasn't aware the fraud was happening was 10 years. So that led to quite a bit of a loss and some reputational damage, unfortunately, but where they had to try to reel that back in. Some of the most common forms of fraud that I've seen, that I've investigated, the fake vendors. I've seen a lot of that, ghost invoices, where the bookkeeper or accounting is creating fake invoices. They're using different things like with Intuit and some of the other systems that are being used to create these invoices. Sometimes people don't have the actual computer system invoices. I've seen paper invoices that are also faked as well. Check tampering. I know in the UK you don't use checks as much as we do in the US, and I wish the US would get on board with reducing the amount of checks that we see. But check tampering is probably one of the most common forms of internal fraud that I see just here in the States, because it's still so commonly used for vendor payments. So hopefully that will change at some point. ACH and wire transfers, I do see that quite a bit. Unfortunately, still not as much as check tampering here in the States, but that is definitely picking up. I do see larger amounts taken when wire transfers do occur, though. And then personal purchases on company accounts. Now, a lot of companies will give their employees, sometimes their higher ranking employees, access to a credit card or something similar. And this employee, with internal fraud, they normally start very small. And it'll start with maybe a couple $100 here, and they realize, you know what, no one noticed. And I'm going to try to push it a little more. And it goes more and more until they're actually caught. And by the time they're caught, they're doing 10 to 20 times the amount they were taking initially. And I'm going to give you a very specific example of how that happens. One other form of fraud that I've seen that will affect AP is mail theft. And that comes in the form of someone maybe redirecting mail. I think the most I've seen in that one is around $2 million. And that happened within a matter of like a month. So, so that was fairly quick. So let me go forward here. All right. So what is internal fraud? So it involves dishonest activities executed by employees, impacting the organization's integrity and financial health. Internal frauds have a much bigger impact than external fraud because the person that you believe is supposed to be protecting your assets is actually taking them from you. And that can be very detrimental to the company. I've actually even had one company where they were so adamant that the person they trusted the most wasn't the one victimizing them, that they fired every other employee except for the one that was victimizing them. So they can have a very big impact on these companies. Some of the common forms of internal fraud that I see are duplicate payments. I have a case example that I'm going to talk about for duplicate payments, forged invoices and checks, and the misappropriation of funds. Those, like Dan talked about, those are the most common ones. Occupational fraud are huge, but I just get to see it from the criminal side of it and not so much the forensic accounting side of it. That does get pricey, but from a criminal standpoint, from a criminal investigative standpoint, that we do need those forensic audits to help us with our criminal investigation. And sometimes it can get very pricey for the business or corporation. On the impact on the business of internal fraud, you can see significant financial losses and damage to the reputation. Sometimes damage to the business's reputation is even worse than the financial losses, because once you lose reputation, it's very hard to build that back up. And if you don't build it back up, now you're losing revenue on top of the financial losses that you already incurred. So very important to make sure you take care of that part of it. And then addressing internal fraud is crucial for maintaining strong internal controls and protecting your organizational resources. I know some companies, they don't want to talk about it because they feel if they talk about it, that means it's happening, and that's not the case. The more you talk about it, you're probably going to reduce the amount that it could actually happen because more people are aware that it could happen. And the more people who are aware, the less likely they are to commit it, because now they know the company, if you do have someone internally stealing, they know the company is looking at these things. And they know it's a higher likelihood that they may get caught if they actually are committing internal fraud. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over, this is the first case study that I'm going to go over. And this is a local one, like I said, that I've dealt with. And this is going to highlight how the lack of separation of duties and no internal oversight and led to identity theft of other employees, credit card fraud, and embezzlement. So it was a combination of a lot of different things that this person did. And this guy ended up stealing $105,000. And this company was a painting contracting company. And one of the important lessons to have here is there should be more than one person overseeing all accounts payables and receivables. There was one person in charge of this entire thing. He exploited the system. He had access to work from home, so he had a computer with full-on access, and the business owner had no access to that computer once it was out of the office. So even trying to get that computer back to shut it down was a problem because he couldn't remotely turn it off, and he couldn't remotely revoke that person's access. So how this whole thing happened, I think I have it right here. Yep. So here's what happened. So the contracting business, they would pay their employees using these reloadable debit cards for work, because sometimes the employees would go out of state and they would work out of state. And so in order to pay them while they're not within the state, they would say, hey, you know what? I'm going to give you these reloadable cards. We'll load them with your weekly checks or bi-weekly checks on the payment amount. And then that way you'll have access to your funds while you're doing the work in another state. And so the bookkeeper, what he ended up doing was, while those employees were out of state, he would take their personal information and he would make another account in their name. But what he would do is he would add all of his own information to it as well. So it was a combination. He would use their name, date of birth, social security number, all that stuff to open the account and have another reloadable card. Then he would add his address and phone number and his bank account, and he would just transfer the money from the reloadable card straight to his bank account. And since he was the only one able to see it, and he could also do this from home at any time, he would zero out the transaction afterwards. So it looked on the books that there was no payment made. Now, this wasn't discovered until the employees got back and they realized that, wait a minute, I'm being charged double payments, because now taxes are coming into play, saying that they're receiving way more money than what they actually received. And And some of the employees even were still getting paid by paper check. So once they got back in town, they were no longer getting paid with the reloadable cards. And that flagged in the system saying, wait a minute, why are we still paying reloadable cards if they're getting physical checks to make this payment? So the employees came forward and said, hey, there's an issue going on. The owner had no idea. He had no one to help him. He trusted this person with complete oversight of everything and resulted in a $105,000 loss. So how could this have been prevented? Checks and balances. Having a verification process before payments were sent out would have been huge. And then next is restricting access only to working hours. So this person had access to this system day and night, 24/7. So while people are sleeping, the owner's sleeping, he could be in there manipulating numbers and changing it. So when the owner did actually look at it, it looked as if everything was normal. There was a lot. I'm not a forensic accountant by any means, but I am able to look at numbers and see like, hey, this does not add up. And then enable remote access to a work computer. So if you work for a company or any corporation, the business itself should be able to have remote access to that computer. They should be able to shut out the person who's committing fraud at any time if they are. And this person had the computer. He didn't want to give it up. He actually was trying to reset everything on the computer to try to delete evidence before we were able to get it back. And he was living a great life. He had a nice new car. He had a really nice new truck and collected a lot of money. He even when I interviewed him, he was very adamant that he had done nothing wrong. Now, my interviews are a little bit different than a business interview. So I was able to identify that he was not being forthcoming or truthful and forthcoming with everything. And he ended up, of course, being arrested. And then encourage employees to come forward when suspicious activity is discovered. If it wasn't for the employees coming forward and saying, hey, we think something's wrong with this payments, the owner may have never known. So, and I think that's one of the biggest things. I know Dan harped on that earlier about having this culture that people are not afraid to come out and say anything. And in this next case study, I'm going to highlight exactly why that could be a problem. So this is another one that I had recently. And this one highlights the lack of monitoring transactions. And this is only discovered because another person who worked at this business or this casino alerted the management and investigation team. Now, so this was at the Aria. This was a very large casino here in Las Vegas. And this person was able to steal $773,000 in a matter of 12 months. And one of the biggest glaring red flags in this entire thing was he started living a very lavish lifestyle. And if it wasn't for another manager who thought, wait a minute, we're making the same amount of money, how are you able to afford all of these things that you now have suddenly? But there were no system in place to track the refunds. And the biggest part about this was when I talked to the business, the way he was actually committing this internal fraud, it would have never flagged in their system. So unless that person has said something, he may still be committing this fraud. So what happened? So this person was in charge of doing reservations. And what he would do is after someone would come to the hotel and they would stay for however long. They would come, they would stay, they would leave, they would make their payment, and everything was okay. And they would wait a little while and they would reopen that reservation. And once they reopened the reservation, he would enter his own banking information and then do a refund for that amount. Now, the person who stayed at the hotel was never at a loss. They never lost any money. It didn't come out of their account. It didn't affect them at all. This money came directly from the business. And it wasn't flagging in the system because it looked like it was just a refund for someone who maybe wasn't happy with their stay. Maybe they didn't stay at all, but there was nothing in place to show that this was actually occurring. And then once he would conduct the refund, he did this for 12 months. And a lot of times with internal fraud, they start really small because people are trying to test out and see how they work, right? So what they want to do is they want to see, okay, I'll try $500, $1,000, and they started out very small. And so at one point, it became every transaction was $3,000 to $4,000 at a time. I believe in 3 of the 12 months, he took over $100,000 in each of those months, leading up to a total of $773,000. And like I said, this was only discovered when the manager became suspicious of his new lifestyle and says, hey, something is not going right here. I need to let someone else know. So how could this have been prevented? So some kind of notification system, which should have been put in place, or hopefully is now, for the excessive number of refunds that are completed by one person. And that was what the other manager was able to identify when that person looked in the system, like, wait a minute, there's dozens and dozens of refunds a month being done by the same person. And so why is that happening? Like, is there a flaw in our system? Is our business not operating correctly? Is there something that we're not, helping the customers with? So that was something that was out of the norm. Possibly removing the ability to change bank account information without more than one person's approval. So having a checks and balance. If someone's adding or changing account information, that should go through more than one person to verify that the information is correct, to verify that it's not the same account being used over and over again. And then have a higher frequency of internal audits, or maybe surprise audits. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute. But having those audits of looking at those records, I mean, someone would have seen in a matter of a month, hey, we have this much time or this many transactions within this much time. I think somebody raised their hand, I'm not sure. Oh, back. And then encourage employees to come forward. I talked about that quite a bit. The unfortunate thing in this case is, and I didn't agree with it, is this manager came forward and was able to save them a lot of money, what would have happened. But in turn, that manager was also terminated. So that actually surprised me. And the reason why, I'm not sure, but that manager was also terminated, but that manager was not involved in the crime at all. And with this case, Dan mentioned earlier about how sometimes in the justice system, things don't pan out as far as restitution and time served. Unfortunately, this person was just recently sentenced, and he was sentenced to 6 months in jail. And then restitution for $773,000. Now, doing the math on that, depending on how much you can actually afford, if he was paying $500 a month, that's going to take him 124 years to pay back that money, which means they're never getting back that money. Even if you double that on a monthly basis, it'll take 65 years to make that money or make that payment. So for 6 months and stealing that much money, that was very difficult, the amount of work that went into it to see that happen. So that's why it's very important also to make sure that our justice system, they're also up to date on these things as well. So what are some red flags and warning signs that you can identify? So recognize an unusual invoice patterns, such as duplicates or round numbers. That's a big red flag, especially if you're doing the auditing. It's crucial for detecting fraud. Vendor information inconsistencies. If you can do like vendor management, vendor onboarding, that helps out a lot with this. But if their information is constantly changing, you see fraudulent or errors in there, do a careful review and verification, make sure that you're paying the right person. Emergency payments, if there's a lot of requests for emergency payments, that should definitely sound some alarms in the financial controls, because maybe 1 or 2 emergency payments can happen, but if you have them happening all the time, and this now, especially with social engineering and AI happening, are being more potentially used, that's definitely something to be aware of. And then control weaknesses. So lack of segregation of duties is huge. Make sure you have more than one person in place that can help with making these payments. Some best practices that I've seen just from the criminal investigation side. Conducting routine checks and audits are essential. I can't say that enough. Employee training, regular employee training, I think is probably by far the biggest when it comes to any kind of fraud. And it's not just like it's ongoing training as well, because what happens is you may get some employee turnover. So you may have trained some employees at this point, but now you have a whole new set of employees that haven't had the training at all. And they're more likely to either fall victim to fraud or not be aware of the policies and procedures of how fraud cases are handled and what they need to do. And especially when it comes to reporting. Encourage the reporting of suspicious activities. Foster a culture, like bring a culture about that it's okay for someone to come forward and say, hey, something doesn't seem right without the fear of repercussions. I can't tell you how many employees are afraid to say something because they believe they're going to get in trouble for saying something. So definitely don't want that to be an issue. And then making improvements on internal controls, including the use of AI. AI, like Dan said, has been very helpful. When it comes to these, there's a lot of different programs that are now being built that can help out with this. Like I said, I'm not gonna beat this dead horse too much because, like I said, Dan talked about it, but segregation of duties, regular and surprise audits are huge. I said building a training awareness program is going to be big, and then enhancing the approval policies. So enhanced policy related to invoice approval. So it should be more than one person. If you have one person that you believe should be in charge of approving every invoice, you might want to look at that and decide, okay, you know what, maybe we should have one or two more people who actually have to approve invoices, especially for large amounts. And then updating the vendor onboarding process and verifying who your vendors are. I know Dan gave out some tools, but there's software and various types of tools and analytic software that's out there that can help flag suspicious vendors, monitor transaction patterns now, make it much easier. Everyone probably has email phishing tools by now. I think it's built into almost every web or email browser now. Using AI is going to be huge. Oh, I forgot to mention blockchain technology. That is another big thing because it's very hard to manipulate the blockchain. I haven't seen too many cases where the blockchain can be manipulated. I know people think blockchain, they think cryptocurrency, but blockchain can actually be used in banking and mortgages and all different kinds of functions to secure data and data transfer of things. AI-driven monitoring. Things are moving a lot faster. AI does make things a lot easier, but we don't want to wholly rely on AI. You want to make it a part of your overall system. If you just wholly rely on AI, then the critical thinking of the average person will go down and you think, oh, I'll just trust the system to do everything. You still have to check those things to make sure they are correct. So AI is a tool. It's not the end all be all of a lot of these things. And then integration with systems. I've learned just in my time as being a criminal investigator, I can tell you right now, in police work and detective work, we have a bunch of different databases to utilize to investigate one case. It is a lot easier if you can have systems that work together so you're not checking 3, 4, 5, or 6 systems to make sure that something works properly. If you can have an ecosystem that works well, think of something like your cell phones. Apple has an ecosystem. They have iOS, they have iMessage, they have all these different things. The same thing with Android. Android has an ecosystem. Google, Microsoft, all these different companies have ecosystems that work better together effectively. They work more effectively together when they're the same system. So think about implementing something like that. So just to get some key takeaways here, vigilance is key and accounts payable is essential for financial management and fraud prevention. Recognizing red flags. If you see something that doesn't look right, say something. Trust your gut. Or if you're getting an information that, hey, you know what, that doesn't quite look right to me, or this person's asking for an emergency payment and this doesn't seem right to me, let me just pause, think about it, and then let me verify this is actually legitimate. And then take a proactive fraud prevention. For some reason, fraud prevention always goes to the back end because companies are more worried about making money than they are about protecting it. But if you protect money in the long run, you're going to probably make more money. So you want to take that proactive approach to make sure that you don't lose in the end. So that is my presentation. I want to thank everyone for having me. These are places where you can reach out to me. I'm very active on LinkedIn. So if you want to find that there, and then you can email me at mark@fraudhero if you have any questions or follow up. I'll be more than happy to help out.
Mark, thanks very much indeed. That was great. And I guess from your experience, you find out the crimes being committed when some of these other things aren't being done. I think that's
100%.
Thank you.
100%.
Thanks for joining us. That was great. So
Awesome, thank you.
To Mark, and huge thanks to all our panelists and workshop leaders today for their insights into the latest threats and how you can fight back. The frauds that are being developed with Gen AI and the response that AI offers, the importance of identifying risks in your financial processes and closing the gaps that let the fraudsters in, some pointers on how to understand the hacker's mindset to get one step ahead, and the threat of the inside job. And another way to stay ahead is to sign up for a free account with IFOL for access to the IFOL community, information, research, training and webinars. And of course, you can upgrade to a premium account at any time. Information from today will be available from IFOL, and please do feel free to get in touch. It helps with our research, it helps with our questions. Any questions from today, please, we'll try and respond to them. There was so much stuff, I'm afraid we didn't have a lot of time for Q&A. And also I'd like to say thanks to our sponsors, TrustMe, Rillion, Approval Max and F-Shore, because without them today wouldn't have happened. And of course, without you today wouldn't have happened either. So thanks very much indeed for joining us. Goodbye.